Is this gonna work? Finally? Maybe? Good lord. That was a weird problem. My mouse, my mouse disconnected entirely. And then I was like, wait, is my computer crashing? Because I didn't realize my mouse disconnected. I thought it was just like crashing. And then I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. I really don't. Okay. Yeah, the fox is gone, by the way. Hold, please. Okay, is that gonna work? Wow. There we go. Okay. Close my old windows. Hello. The shades killed the stream. Yeah. I killed Iansan, and then Iansan killed me. Did I get C6? Nope. I believe I was looking at pity, and then my mouse disconnected. I don't know. I think you guys probably heard the like Windows blooper bloops. That was the mouse wigging out, disconnecting, but then also my mic stopped working, like at the same time. So I like replugged in the mic to see if I could talk to you guys, and I couldn't. And I was like, well, frick. Okay, let's Alt Tab over to the chat window because my keyboard still worked, and I know how to use keyboard shortcuts. But like, so anyways, my mouse is now plugged in physically because I don't know if that was a problem. I don't know, or not. But it's now a factor I remove. Not my preference to plug in the mouse, but has some benefits. I don't mind this mouse being connected to a wire. The only problem is my desk is set up in a way where my audio interface is kind of blocking the movement of the cord a little bit, and that makes it really awkward to use the mouse corded. Anywho's, and now I lost half of my viewers. Probably. I don't know what I'm at. Wow, 70. Yep, I think I literally like killed the stream. I quite literally killed the stream, I think. Well,
a little over my calorie budget so far.
This stream might become unlisted, and we'll just let the other one be a 40-minute stream. Hey, it was a short stream for once. But I'm now in. You know, I was gonna do 10 pulls, but now I am. Nope, I'm doing single pulls territory. Ah, frick you. Okay. I hate everything. What is our pity at? Like, bro, like how many pulls are we? We have to add the 11 pulls now that we've done today. How many pulls are we at? They'll come back. Maybe they will, or maybe they won't. Wait, did I pass? I did. Okay, I did it again. We're at 51. We still have leeway of 20 pity. Wait, how many pulls has it been? How many pulls has it been since we got an Iansan? Because this is what sucks right now. It's like we got C5 Iansan really quickly. We got 3 copies of Iansan quite quickly. And it was like, oh, okay, continue wishing then, because C6 could be meaningful, and I would like to get C6 on this banner. It's been a little bit more. Okay, so it's been like almost. It's been 65 pulls about since we've seen an Iansan. We're almost at a pity total before we've seen an Iansan. Like, well, I guess that's enough pull arms only for the day. Let's go. Yeah, I think I might just unlist this stream, I guess. But I'll finish it out with you guys. Why not? Today is just not my day. Oh god, like the insomnia, C6 Iansan, no, and then whatever the frick that crash was, which wasn't even like a computer crash. Like I had to force restart my computer just because like mouse would not reconnect. Even when I connected the mouse through a cable, mouse would not reconnect. Like Windows was just like, how about we don't have mouse input anymore? That's not like that's an important input device for controlling the computer. Like, just What is happening? Also, the chat window is not refreshing automatically. Thanks. Freaking goddamn it. So no ZZZ anymore. No, you know what? We might do ZZZ. Particularly if I'm just gonna unlist it anyways, we might do ZZZ. We're gonna do some things with my main account real quick. I still want to do ZZZ tonight, so I guess I may as well stream it. Here, let me... Oh, by the way, I logged into Umamusume before the stream, very briefly. I didn't do a run or anything. And there's 2 banners they just added, which are like, what I would... Like, as far as I could tell, these were like the equivalent of standard banners. Except for if you do 200 pulls on them, you can choose like any of the standard banner cards or characters, right? But they end in 2 days. What? So I guess let's do ZZZ story. There we go. Edited the title. Like what? I'm so confused. Like let me open it up on my phone right now and see what it says. It says, yeah, it's like, I thought these were like a permanent banner. Like, as a permanent banner, these things would be great. Because like one complaint I have with Umamusume is like, right now I don't give a shite really about limited banners or in saving. I just want to get like more in general. And I kind of would prefer using my Primo Gems in that game on the standard banner equivalent right now. Because for my single player, free-to-play level of enjoyment of the game, I don't think it matters almost at all. And like, having to wait for a banner to wish on is decreasing my enjoyment, right? But like it feels really bad not having any carryover pity to like put wishes into like the current character banner and whatever. Oh yeah, the fox, I forgot. I was watching Unsolved Mysteries and this was the next video. How? That's a good question. Oh, what the frick? Why did the Steam window just pop up automatically? I just opened Steam so I could... Or no, I was gonna launch Bongo Cat. Bongo Cat's not what I need. I need video tube. Viado tube. Sorry. It has not captured it. Okay. Do this. Do this. Do this and do this. Look, it's back. We got the fox. Anyways, hey, everything's recovered other than the fact that my mouse is connected through a cable and it keeps on getting stuck on the audio interface. But hey, that's fine. I might permanently just use wired connection on the mouse when I have a new desk setup when I move. Anyways, let me also fix one other thing. I need to open a new chat window. Copy so it refreshes properly, so I can actually read the words you were saying. Need wonderful input from chat because you're all very important to the live stream experience. I sound a little sarcastic when I'm saying that. I genuinely mean that. Okay. Anyways, so main account here. A couple things to do. Have that. Let's go. Spend our condensed resin here. Said I was going to do some multiplayer with you guys, but I don't know. You guys can join after I'm doing this. If we get 4 people, we can do something. Did I see the 6.x leak? No. It also seems like it's meaningless information. I don't know. Genshin leaks outside of betas are garbage. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that like the information isn't true. It's just not worth caring about that much. So I might have seen what you're talking about, but it might also be that my brain just voided it because it wasn't meaningful information. Oh, you're talking about the lunar element for Traveler? I hope that's true. And I hope that we get Traveler right away this time, not after 5 years. Because I strongly feel people would really like Pyro Traveler, and most of the community would appreciate their existence quite a lot if they had released Pyro Traveler on launch. I think for the Pyro Traveler kit we got, there was no reason for them to hold off Pyro Traveler release. Other than, ooh, story reasons. They could have written the story differently, though. So, you know. Anywho's. Like, to be clear, if they, like, if they do, like, oh, a traveler that has progressive unlocks of the different lunar reaction gimmicks, that's cool, right? That's fine. If they do a traveler that progressively unlocks more and more lunar gimmicks as the patches release, that's fine. I just want something right away, right? So, yeah. Maybe skip all the last quests because you just want a traveler? Yeah. Please, how fab? What? What? What happened to your build? Oh, what? What happened? Oh, I understand. I remember. Yeah, I remember I was testing things. Ah, yes, that would explain it. I was like, well, how is Fab not triggering? Also, we didn't have... Yeah. Oh, God. Okay. I spent too long fapping about. Did I get C6 Iansan? You can go watch the previous stream that crashed after not getting C6 Iansan. So no, unfortunately. I dislike Pyro Traveler cons being tied to reputation. I mean, the other ones are tied behind way more annoying things. I actually think the Pyro Traveler constellations are less annoying to get compared to the previous Pyro Traveler previous Traveler constellations. Yeah, a quite literal crash out. Yep. There we go. What? Brain, what are you doing? Okay, there we go. Hey, we didn't let it get his thing up this time. That's good, I guess. Alright, garbage artifacts today. I take it back, maybe. You gotta high roll me, and it has to like entirely roll into crit for me to care about an onset attack goblet, to be honest. Because the situations I'm using Skirk in, Cryo Goblet is generally better for me. Particularly because I have a really good offset Cryo Goblet. But anyways, do you have C6 Skirk? No, it's a C0 Skirk for now. I haven't activated C1 yet. I do have C1. Okay. You know what? I want to get rid of this stupid quest now that I know it's just 2 minutes of dialogue, but I also think it's funny leaving it there because it's 2 minutes of dialogue. Or not even 2 minutes. Kujo Sara. Thoughts on why Iansan crashed my computer. What do I do after coming back after 4 years and getting Shenhe and Skirk in Last Planner? You got both of them? You play both of them, I don't know. Yeah, play Shenhe and Skirk together. I'm assuming you don't have a Scofier or Farina, so it's a little bit of a weird combo you got going, but I don't know. Shenhe, Skirk on Finale of the Deep. You need a healer, I guess, so... And you need to hydrate it, so either Barbara or Charlotte. If you're gonna run, you could run Xingqiu and then run Charlotte for healer. ER needs gonna be a little rough though. Or you could do Mika, actually, sorry. But I would probably recommend a Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayer's holder in some form in the team at minimum. So probably, I guess, Barbara. Although Barbara's healing uptime is whack. So... I don't know. I would honestly prefer Charlotte. But you're gonna have some like lower investment team for Skirk, but just do a Hydro Cryo team with Shenhe. Your best one you could theoretically have, I think, would be technically C6 Xingqiu. If I was guessing, C6 Xingqiu, Rosaria, Skirk, Shenhe. But that doesn't have a healer for Finale of the Deep, so... What do you do in that context? If you run Shenhe, Rosaria, Xingqiu... Wait, is Xingqiu's healing enough to... Let's wait, find out. How long does it? How hard is it to proc? If you actually okay, if you have C2 Gene, you could try this team. Sunfire Skirk unironically can work pretty well and might be better than what low investment Hydro Cryo team you have. But it wants you to have C2 Gene. It's also hard to play. It's harder to play too, and I don't feel like explaining that right now. What was I checking? Xingqiu.
For justice.
His healing takes a long time to go though, doesn't it? So like you switch to Xingqiu. You normally start Xingqiu first, so maybe it's not that much of a problem, right? It takes so long. It has to be his swords expiring, I believe. And it doesn't clear it. Unless you build him for it, maybe? Do you build healer Xingqiu? What does it heal for? I don't remember. Where's the healing? A rain sword is shattered or its duration expires. It regenerates the current HP character's HP based on 6%. Healer Xingqiu trolling? It's not trolling. It's like, what if you're at a lower investment Skirk? What weapon do you use on her? To be clear, that this is a player that said they returned after 5 years. They don't have, or after 4 years. So they don't have Farina. They don't have Escoffier. They don't have Calamity of Eshu, right? I would say Calamity of Eshu if they had it. What weapon option other than Finale of the Deep is there? That's compelling on her, right? I mean, if they bought the Battle Pass, I would, if they bought the Battle Pass, I say just use the Black Sword, and then you can just use whatever healer, shielder you want, just for defensive utility. But this is ugly as hell on her, but it's still fine. This is cope, but I don't know if you want something that's drip, I guess. This is, I guess, garbage, but okay. Because it gives some attack. The passive does nothing. Yeah, I don't know. Like, is there a craftable I'm forgetting that's relevant on her? Other than Finale of the Deep? So you kind of have to work around the healing passive, is my point. Like, this is a very good weapon for her. So, I don't know, unless you want to do Royal Sword. Royal Sword or Blackcliff, I guess. Blackcliff is probably okay. So, I don't know. Is Royal Sword or Blackcliff or Finale of the Deep? Finale of the Deep is better than either of them, though, if you can fulfill this condition. So, like, unironically, I think it might be worth speccing into Healer Xingqiu in this context. So, let's see. Like, a Noblesse Healer Xingqiu. Put this on him. We don't need to test Noblesse. I just need him to heal. HP. Here, let's just test HP healing bonus. So one HP main set. So this would be equivalent, because I feel like you probably are going to do an ER timepiece, but again, we for the purpose of testing if we can clear the bond, I'm just testing, you know, HP main stat. 1 HP main stat is equivalent of if this is an HP goblet, right? Go to healing bonus. Where? There we go. And particularly for like a non C6 Xingqiu, like where his damage contribution is less relevant, I think is fine to consider doing. He is not level 90, by the way, so like he could easily have, I think, like what, 30k probably, maybe 25k, I don't know. So add at least 25% more healing, I'd say, to whatever he's doing. We need to clear the current bond first. How it says whenever his rain swords are. But my real question though is like, how does rain swords get destroyed? Creates rain swords, orbit your active character. Character takes damage, the rain sword will shatter. Oh, okay, so you have to take damage. Interesting. So to get the healing to proc, so for this instance, they either have to expire, just their duration expiring, or you have to, which is not going to take necessarily that long, because normally you would start a rotation with Xingqiu, I think, right? You start with Xingqiu, switch to your Shenhe, do your Shenhe burst, do your Rosaria or whatever, and then you switch to Skirk, Eon Skirk, and then this still takes a while though, right? So like it's not ideal. I think you really want to get hit for it to clear it. It does clear it. Okay, it's very easy to get it to clear it. That's just an HP Goblet healing bonus circlet with a level 70 Xingqiu, so it's super easy. I think that's the route. I actually think that's the route. So for whoever, I don't remember who it was, but whoever said they stopped playing for 4 years, they just played Last Banner. They got Shenhe and they got Skirk, so no Farina, no Escoffier, which is it's a weird combo. They probably should not have wished for Shenhe, obviously, but that's fine. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're only gonna play for a month. Like I'm not gonna say like if you're a casual player, just wishing on whatever banner is available is like, again, it's what I was complaining about with Umamusume right now. Is like, why did they add this weird banner that ends in 2 days that requires 200 pulls to get any value out of? Like, maybe it's just accidental. Maybe their intention is it's going to be permanent. If it is permanent, I think it's a very good addition to the game. If it's not permanent, it's freaking garbage and just a scam to try to trick people into spending wishes and wasting them. Anyways. So the fact that his rain swords though can clear the bond. Actually, here, let's go try to find an enemy. I think there's some over here. To show that like you can get hit and then immediately clear the bond, like ideally like right after she comes on field, right? Healy trails are going to take a little bit of time to attack. Like it depends on the enemy. Obviously, I think this is not ideal against the Cryo Automaton because the Cryo Automaton just doesn't do anything for a lot of time. But yeah, see? Wait, that didn't heal me. It didn't proc. What? Oh. It did heal me. But only one sword got used. Okay, let's do math. Calculate, what do we need? 25% of our max HP. So that is 0.25 times 18. This would be a you keep Skirk level 80 moment so that her HP is lower to clear the bond easier. So unironically, I think you maybe should consider keeping Skirk level 80 to make her HP lower. But let's check level 80. 18,805 times 0.25. We need 4,700 healing. How much can we crank this? With like a ER focused build, right? Like I mean, with a C6 thing, so it's definitely doable to do HP circlet and HP circlet. HP, I mean, you could, but you do healing bonus circlet. It's doable to do HP goblet and HP timepiece, but let's be pessimistic and assume not. What is an amount of HP that's realistic? Sorry, we gotta jump into like a damage calculator. Link is in description. We're not gonna calculate damage here. I'm just going into here for simplicity of not having to do the HP math myself, because this is relatively simple just to throw in here. Because I want to see like a level 90 Xingqiu. The optimal play for getting him to clear bond would be leaving your Skirk level 80 and leveling Xingqiu to 90. Okay, so we're assuming like an ER weapon like Sac or Fav, because I think you still need to build them for energy, right? And I'm gonna be pessimistic and assume like an ER timepiece, and we're gonna assume noblesse, so no like HP from that or whatever. But we'll assume HP goblet. We'll assume healing percent here, right? And then a feather and a flower, and we can say let's do like 2 HP substats. All right, that's not HP. Okay, HP, healing bonus, ER, and level 90. Why is that only 20,000? That feels wrong. He's like 19,000 at level 70 for me. Like, oh, I have J Cutter on him. Why the frick do I have J Cutter on him? Okay. I see. Yeah. Jade Cutter skewed things. That's an extra 20% HP. Okay. All right. Well, I guess you can't have that much HP on him. That's annoying. So his healing though in this context is his healing isn't here. Okay, that's fine. We can just do the 22,000. So 22,000 is like low investment healing build. Again, we need to reach like 4,700. So take 22,000. This is not obviously. 22,000 times 0.06 is only 1,300. Yeah. So like all 4 swords have to expire to be able to shoot. I don't think there's a way to do it. Not by getting hit, at least. Unless you get hit 4 times, but that's a bit excessive. And otherwise, it just takes way too long. Like, takes way too long to have them expire. You know what's funny? He does his C2. No, never mind. That's his burst. I thought his... Wait. No, it's not. Okay. I thought one of his constellations extended the duration of his rain swords, but they don't. That's just his burst. Yeah, okay, it's not that compelling. Shoot. Because my thinking was, yeah, you just get hit, but you need to have the healing from all of them. So, what if you do a HP timepiece? Like, so this would be you need a lot more ER substats moment, so way more of a pain in the ass to farm. So 26,000, 27,000, that's still nowhere near enough. So 27,000 HP Sing Gel times 0.06, yeah, it's 1,600. You still need, even with an HP timepiece build, you still need 3 of the rain swords to clear the bond. Unless Skirk is level 80, in which case maybe you could theoretically min-max to 2, but it's such a pain in the ass. It's not something I'm going to recommend, is my point. It'd be easier just to use Barbara. Use Barbara, do Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers, Barbara, and build her for energy so you can burst on her more consistently, because you need to have healing uptime.
Time to act.
Maybe Charlotte is a better option, honestly, because Charlotte... But if they have Charlotte, they might not have Charlotte. Anyways. Oh well. That's fine, I guess. I don't have a good recommendation then, as far as a weapon, I guess, for that player. For Skirk. I think you use... If you have a Battle Pass weapon, use like Black Sword, I guess, if you have that. If you don't... It's probably a... You just don't. It's probably you still use Finale of the Deep, to be clear, because Finale of the Deep is still 565 base attack, plus 27% attack, plus 24% attack. You just don't get the additional flat bonus, and you would keep on building up a Bond of Life. Actually, no, you wouldn't keep on building up a Bond of Life. The bond would get cleared just later in the rotation. So you still use Finale of the Deep. It's just nowhere near as good. That's what I think you do. Level 70 Shallonen weapon, there's literally no... I have not found a single circumstance where it has to be leveled up more than that. And it's expensive as hell to level up 5-star weapons, so... Why bother? Anyways, get out of here, St. Joe. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I could check Dockhand. The problem is, I don't think you can do a Dockhand build. I don't think you can feasibly do a Dockhand, so an HP sword build, and do HP timepiece. So like, if you can't do an HP timepiece, Dockhand is not really that relevant. I guess Key of Cautious Suit might be relevant, but it's not gonna, like, Key of Cautious Suit plus HP timepiece with the 5 billion ER substats, maybe, right? Maybe, but like, still, like, probably not, because his healing scaling is just not that good, unfortunately. But I still think you use him and you just, oh well, you just don't get the final bit of attack from Finale of the Deep, because it's still a pretty compelling weapon. Why was it? What am I doing? Oh yeah, better retail. Hello.
You want me on...
Okay. Well, what are we doing? Oh, I didn't finish farming the weekly boss of poems only, because crashing, and I forgot. 4, 9, 10. Okay, I think I don't need to farm that butthole. Oh, let's go fight this. Amber enough to clear the Bond of Light? Yeah, probably. The problem is if you're using Prototype Amber, you're not using Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers. And like, if you're gonna put in a catalyst like Barbara or Charlotte, use Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers. You really want to. You really want to. Like, the value you get from Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers will be higher than the value you get from clearing the Bond, for example. I mean, this is a maximum of 300 attack, which has to be 4.8% of the total bond cleared. Which is this actually? So 18,000 HP times 0.25, and if you clear it times 0.048. So no, this is not getting 300 attack on Skirk. And on my Skirk, this is giving 216 attack if it gets cleared. So we're comparing 200 attack to 48% attack. So what does 48% attack do for her? Her base attack with Finale of the Deep is 924. So 0.48 times 924 is... Oops, I did divide. Is 443 attack. You literally get twice the attack from Thrilling Tales than you do get from clearing the bond, right? So if you're using a catalyst, you should be using them on Thrilling Tales, even if they are a healer, and Prototype Amber would let you burst consistently or whatever. Maybe you still want to just for comfort for Overworld. I'm just talking on like an optimization level. It doesn't necessarily make sense to do. But Prototype Amber can definitely clear the bond though. At R5 at least, yeah. Did I have Finale of the Deep when I was farming on her the whole time with like 50% crit rate? Or did I just switch to it when I was yapping? I don't remember. What about Absolution? What do you mean Absolution? On Skirk? I mean, we were operating on a low investment threshold level. If we're talking about Absolution, what are you talking about? You don't gain Bond of Life with Absolution. Like, you only gain Bond of Life from the weapon itself. And she doesn't have anything in her kit that gives you Bond of Life. Absolution doesn't give Bond of Life. It wants Bond of Life for getting damage bonus. The Absolution is just a decent 5-star stat save for her. That's all it is. Bruh.
We should present a united front.
What's the Escopia build right now? Okay, that's fine.
I can handle the...
I mean, she doesn't have enough ER, but it's fine. Are the King's Weapons the only signature that gives Bond of Life? Yes, but, like, Bond of Life doesn't do anything for you unless you're using an ability that gives you a benefit for clearing it. And the only thing that gives you Bond of Life is weapons that also then give you a reward for clearing it. Like, it's not the only relevance of, like, if there was an Arlecchino weapon, if it was like Absolution, if Absolution was like Arlecchino's weapon and gave Bond of Life to Skirk, theoretically you could use the Whimsy artifacts on her. That's the only thing it would do, which is not that relevant. Because those artifacts aren't that good.
Ceremony. Good lord, always forgetting your lines.
Where are you? Is it Lolly C2 better than Shenhe C0R1 in a Skirk team? I mean, Shenhe's signature weapon is essentially irrelevant to that factor. But Sitlali C1 is definitely better. So, yes. Sitlali C2 is just... Sitlali C2 is barely better than Sitlali C1, to be clear, for a Skirk team context. because the strength of Sitlali C2 is mostly in the EM buff, and the more red shred, but it's more pyro and hydro red shred, not more cryo red shred, because there's no cryo red shred, and that's fine. She doesn't need cryo red shred to be a cryo buffer. But you're only buffing the hydro unit by getting a little bit by getting C2 Sitlali, and you're making her C1 stronger by having C2 Sitlali. So it is stronger, to be clear, for a Skirk team than C1. But C2 Sitlali is not a meaningful upgrade for a Skirk team context. If your priority is trying to do higher investment things for Sitlali as the last slot in your Skirk team, I think her signature weapon actually makes more sense than C2, which is a rare context, and generally speaking, like, C2 Sitlali is so overpowered that if you're talking high investment things, C2 Sitlali is really strong, but it's nowhere near as relevant in Skirk team context, and Sitlali can have a problem triggering the scroll buff consistently, and being able to, like, if you're using scroll on Sitlali and using Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers on her, it's hard to be able to give the Thrilling Tales buff to Skirk and trigger a cryo reaction, so you get cryo damage bonus at the same time. But if you have Sitlali's signature weapon, you just do Farina, start the rotation into Sitlali, trigger a reaction, and then you do Escoffier, right, and then you do Skirk and go to town. And if you have her signature weapon, it doesn't require going from her into Skirk, so you can do that rotation, get the scroll buff consistently. So functionally, her signature weapon in that context can be kind of like a 70% damage bonus for the team, on top of if you end up getting C1 in with that increases the strength of her signature weapon significantly as well. So I think C1 R1 is probably the balanced high investment play, specifically for a Skirk team context with Sitlali. And if you have C1 R1 Sitlali, that is a lot better than Shenhe. You know what, I can demonstrate, why not? Okay, well, we're not going to do a full run demonstration, because the problem with the stupid cryo automaton is it has anti-Natlan bullshittery. But I have C1 R1 Sitlali, so you know. And I'm not even going to use my min-max build. I'm going to use my high ER build. It's R2 even star on Sitlali. Meh. Even star, you can go do the math yourself. It doesn't give that much attack. It's not terrible, I guess. Like it's something you could strongly consider using on Sitlali over Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers, because the value of getting the scroll buff consistently could be better than the value of giving Thrilling Tales, right? Like the value of a little attack buff from Even Star, where is it? This. So like an R5 Even Star is 48% of the character's elemental mastery as bonus attack, that's for them, and then 30% of that 48%. So, you know, we're talking what is that? So this is R5. So it's 0.48 times 0.3 is like 14%, right? So 14%, so an R2 is what? 8% of her EM? So if you have like 1,000 EM, if you have 1,000 EM Sitlali, which is not easy to do with her ER needs and whatever, but let's say you have 1,000 EM Sitlali and R2 Even Star is probably like 100 attack or less. And in my context, a R5 Even Star would be, what is that? 887 times 0.48 times 0.3 is 127. So yeah, in this exact same Sitlali build, but with an R2 is probably giving like 70 attack. But that's to the full team. It's not just a Skirk. Thrilling Tales would just be just a Skirk. And you get the scroll buff. So like the conjunction of scroll buff plus this is a compelling option to do on Sitlali instead of Thrilling Tales. And makes her shield stronger and makes Sitlali do a little bit more damage herself too. So I think it's a strong consideration. But anywho's, if you have it, I don't think it's worth polling for this. It's not that relevant, right? But it's a thing you can do. It's a buffing alternative buffing option. BAP. Okay. So yeah, I'm not even going to use my min-max C1 build. I could actually get like 100 more EM than I have, but it'll be, this should be relatively obvious. Bap. I do need to put Scophia on an ER weapon here. We're gonna do this because she needs to burst consistently. But yeah, that's I think where Sitlali's signature weapon is a lot better. So I don't know if you're considering pulling Sitlali for Skirk team contexts, particularly high investment Sitlali. I think the balance stopping point is C1R1. That's a lot of resource investment though, and probably isn't necessary. I got C1 Sitlali not for Skirk. I got C1 Sitlali because I wanted her C1 because it's a universal buff for doing weird things like DPS Kashina is always the example I give, right? That's why I wanted it. Bad first rotation, but whatever. Second M5 here. I didn't hold. Whoops. Whatever. I just cancel. You know what? That was a terrible showing. I'm gonna do a rotation until we get to the. Well, okay. I don't know. Sitlali. We might have to redo a Sitlali a little bit to avoid it going into its Night Soul state. I know you can do it, it's just awkward. That was pretty good. So, you know, that seems like a good enough showing. We should see Sitlali being noticeably better here. Why does nobody use Skirk Burst with Shenhe buff? Against this boss, because Skirk's Burst is just worse to use for like sustained situations. Skirk's Burst is best to use in non-sustained situations. Not bad. I believe I got scroll there. Sometimes you can still have minor issues with scroll, of course, but... Oh crap, it's going into his Night Soul state. Yep, this is what I was talking about. Ugh. See, okay, so this boss is an awful mechanic. And because it wasn't obvious from the damage numbers, like the damage numbers were very, very similar. Like the damage we were seeing from Skirk was similar. The notable difference is Sitlali's buff has more total stacks. Like you get more total instances of buffed attacks from Sitlali C1 buff compared to Shenhe. And that means Sitlali is actually buffing a lot more with C1 over Shenhe. Particularly C1 with their signature buff there. Also, you don't really have to burst with Sitlali in these teams. In fact, maybe I shouldn't be. Because I think bursting is actually what is potentially causing me to trigger it into... is not bursting might let me avoid triggering the Night Soul mode. Probably not bursting here. I don't know if I triggered scroll there, by the way. Oh, mistake. Yeah, I don't think I triggered scroll. Oops. But you can see that's more damage. We are definitely doing more damage, even with me missing scroll there, because I'm stupid. So yeah, as far as I can tell, based on the math I ran and based on my testing in game, on my account, C1 Zitlali is like C1 Zitlali is the only character I would say is better than Charlotte technically on a damage level on my account. But I don't prefer using Charlotte, or I don't prefer using Zitlali over Charlotte because of the awkwardness of this enemy's mechanic punishing using Natlan units, right? Didn't absorb them. Shoot. Misplays. I didn't burst on his... well. Nefa nerf make her bad in... Is a Nefa nerf making her bad in overload teams? No. It basically doesn't change anything for her. Like yes, it lowers her damage. It does lower her damage for overload teams. But it, like, doesn't matter at all. And also her nerf, I believe, was mostly... Wasn't her nerf... Did her other multipliers change? I don't remember if they did. I don't even remember. Was it just the lunar charge multiplier that changed, or was it just the skill talent? I don't remember exactly. But the answer is no either way, because Inefa's personal damage contribution doesn't really matter that much. It doesn't matter as much in overload teams. It matters, to be clear, but like, as long as she is still doing some damage off field with high uptime, it doesn't matter. Oh crap. I was gonna get the M5. Did I get? I don't know if I got it. Oh crap. Yep. Oh yeah, I hate the knights. I hate this stupid. This is. I really don't understand why. Why did they implement a mechanic? Like, to be clear, the mechanic for like changing what this boss stuff is if Night Soul energy is present is an interesting mechanical gimmick. In difficulty 4 and the same version, which is difficulty 4 in Abyss. Because that Night Soul mechanic can actually be one of the main methods you can use to brute force this boss with non-cryo teams. And that's actually, I think, good design. The problem is at difficulty 5 and 6, they, for some godforsaken reason, decided to make it so that the Night Soul mechanic now makes it so that you just still have infinite resistance, essentially. So it's just, like, way worse at difficulty 5 and 6. Like, it's just, why? You already made a you already made a hyper-specific boss, Mahoyo. There was no need to restrict it even further. It just doesn't make sense. Goose is on the loose. Kind of go into it again, didn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I know there's ways to avoid it a little bit, but it's awkward and I don't like it. So from this boss context existing at all is the real problem with Zitlali with Skirk, realistically. From the Abyss context, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter at all. From difficulty 4 context, it doesn't really matter. From difficulty 5 context, it doesn't really matter either, in my opinion. But from difficulty 6 context, it kind of does. And if we're talking high investment things for Skirk teams, like considering Zitlali constellations, I think we are operating on a dire difficulty mode, right? But if we're talking Zitlali C1 against the Electro Turtle next Stygia Onslaught, because I think I will probably try to use it's likely I would try to use Skirk teams against the Electro Turtle in the next onslaught. And there, I suspect Sitlolly C1 R1 is just going to be a lot better than any other option I have, right? So, yeah. That's all. If Nefa is not polearm, is your account cooked? What do you mean? Nefa is polearm. Yes, Iansan did crash my... Well, Iansan did not literally crash the computer, but it happened right after failing to get C6 Iansan. And when I was looking at Pity. And, yeah. So we blame Iansan. Thanks so much for the in-depth answer. You're welcome. Yeah. Should we try to break sub 100? I'm kind of in a... Okay, I wanted to go do Zenless story, but I'm in a... Now that I've been playing Skirk for a little bit and I was yapping about Skirk, I want to try to break sub 100. Make sure you're all correct. Yep, fine, we're chilling there. Actually, wait. Before we do that, real quick. Oh, I never... Whatever. I'll use the... No, I don't need to do that now. I was going to do the other 2 weekly bosses, but Trying to force me to go for C6 Emily, yeah. It's seeming more likely that it might happen, which Man, the problem is, like, if I have to go to... Not on this account, but if I have to go to Pity for getting C6 Eons on, I already said I'm willing to do it, because we have 2 guarantees in a row. It's going to make it annoying to have to farm for a Nefa, but it shouldn't be that big a problem getting to another Pity for a Nefa, right? Like, I'm fine with the reality of getting C4 Emily and C6 Eons on. Being that we have 2 guarantees in a row. But like, in the weird reality where the game trolls me, and, like, I get to Pity, get C4 Emily, but then, oops, there's a Capture Radiance trigger, and there's, like, a double 5-star pull, so, like, you get the Pity 5-star, and then you get an early 5-star, and I have 2 guarantees in a row, so both of them are Emily. That reality is an awkward one, because that would mean C5 Emily, it means I lose my guarantee for Nefa, and that would mean C5 Emily, and, like, that would make me kind of really want to get C6 Emily. So, like, I'd be in a situation wherein, okay, I have, what, maybe a week left for the banner to try to farm for C6 Emily, and then I'm going to have to farm my sanity away for Nefa, and maybe not even get enough resources if we get unlucky. Like I don't have 150 pulls of farming, right, to do here. Like, I'd probably still have to spend money for C6 Emily, is kind of my point, I guess. And then I'd try not to spend money for... I don't want to spend money for Nefa. I don't want to spend money at all for any, like, baseline acquisition for characters and poems only. So yeah, like, I really don't want that to happen. If we have to get C4 Emily, that's fine. If the game trolls me and gives me C5 Emily, before getting C6 Eons on, I'm gonna be, like, a little distraught, because it's, like, the worst position for me right now. I have settled with not getting C6 Emily is fine. Like, it seems fun, but not worth, right? But yeah, I'll make a new video for Nefa on poems only. Probably, yeah. I suspect I'll want to make some video with her there. It'll probably just be like, hey, here's a Nefa outside of Electrocharge context on a polearm only account, and she's an incredibly strong character even here. And it's just an illustration of, like, yep, this character's really good, even when your team options are more limited. So, and she can both uplift and increase the relevance of even random units, like just having Candace on the account, and make, like, compelling teams with Candace, like Sino, Candace, Nefa, Iansan might be a pretty compelling team, right? Raiden, Candace, Nefa, Iansan is probably going to be a quite compelling team on the account. And that's cool. So, and that's going to be, like, the story of the video, and then also her Chevre's team utility. And being a shielder for Calamity of Eshu is kind of relevant too. So, yeah. Anywho's. More off-fielder options are good. What team did I use to beat the Lava Dragon on Dire? On this account, I used Kenichi Mawika. Iansan Emily. My brain. Oh, my brain. Oh dear. What did I come here for? Oh yeah, I just went to Strongbox, and we're gonna see if my gameplay level today is at a point where I can get the sub 100. Again, sub 100 is my new goal because I think it's a more realistic goal. Sub 100 dire difficulty clear is my new goal for activating C1 Skirk. And then I'll probably, the plan is, Zajeff didn't respond to my follow-up message, but my plan is to play on Zajeff's account to try to see what I can do to min-max my gameplay on his account with a C0 Farina. Because I think it's better, but I don't know if his account is in the perfect state. Because what I'd really like to find for seeing if you have this, if your account is in this state and you're down with me borrowing your account for a day to see if I can stress test this, what the context that I really want to test is a really good invested Skirk build, most likely on Marsha Say Hunter, to be clear, with Finale of the Deep, Charlotte available. Doesn't have to be a C6 Charlotte, ideally a C4 Charlotte though. C6 wouldn't be bad though. A Charlotte that you're at least willing to let me level up a little bit, if she's not leveled yet, because I think she's better for this boss. So Charlotte, Escoffier, Farina with Skirk on a quite good Marsha Say Hunter build on Finale of the Deep, plus Farina on a good Tenacity build, and Escoffier on a good Golden Troop build, with her on a standard banner 5-star weapon with either Jade Spear or Skyward Spine. Right. I wanna see C0 character investment with no limited 5-star weapons, because I think it's doable. I think Skirk, Farina, Charlotte, Escoffier with no limited 5-star weapons can clear dire difficulty. I think it's just very hard and requires really good build investment. And that's what I want to do. But I think I need to find someone else's account to do it. So if your account is in that perfect state, where like you have, it doesn't have to be an insane build. For Tenacity, Farina in particular does not have to be that good of a build. I'd prefer if it was a better build, but like it just has to at least burst consistently and trigger fab consistently, and ideally have like at minimum 130% crit damage, which is a pretty good Tenacity build, but not incredible, right? And then, but Escoffier's damage, obviously, Escoffier's build matters more than Farina's build, right? And having Jade Spear, I would say most likely as the most compelling option for her, is also relatively important. So, anywho's, I wanna test it, but for me on this account, I can't turn off Farina Constellations anyway, so all I can do is try to like simulate turning it off, and it's difficult, but it's like so close that I feel like it's doable when I've tested some things. It's just difficult. That's why, and that's without me having like a really good Farina Tenacity build and having a Escoffier build that could definitely be better, and a Escoffier that's not crowned, right? And a Farina that doesn't have a crown skill either. Crown burst, but no crown skill. Yada yada, you get the point, right? Like there's things, if I had C0 characters, I could still get to higher investment levels in the team, is my point. And that's what I want. I want someone that has like slightly higher build investment, with like a crowned Escoffier, crowned Farina skill, a better Tenacity build in Farina that I have, and like a little bit better Golden Troop build on Escoffier than I have, with a Skirk on a good build. Like it's a high investment clear still, but I think it's doable. I so very much think dire difficulty is doable with C0 characters without limited 5-star weapons. It's just hard, and I want to find the perfect account that can show that, because I haven't seen it yet. Anyways, so if you have that account, let me know. Zajeff's account is the one I know of that might be the closest to being able to do that, which is my guess at a baseline, because he got this good of a clear. He got a 69-second clear with Farina, Escoffier, Skirk. His Escoffier is not level 90. Mine is not either. I'm not going to force him into level 90 Escoffier though. Like I might have to request the permission to be able to level up Charlotte a little bit, like, but she doesn't have to be super leveled. So like what I want to try is Charlotte, of course, instead of Kaya, although I might try as Kaya because I haven't been able to play a C6 Kaya. Maybe C6 Kaya is good enough to make sense, but like he has a 69-second clear on difficulty 5. I think with Charlotte, I'm pretty sure Charlotte is better than Kaya here because of the problem with the gauge that you need to reduce down. I think with good gameplay with Charlotte, I think he can clear dire difficulty. And the only thing stopping his account from clearing dire difficulty is this boss, is the cryo boss. He said that before. He says he doesn't think it's doable. It would be really funny. It'd be a little bit of a flex on me after like, you know, Zajef made a team that stomped us in the collaboration video. It'd be very funny if he didn't clear dire difficulty, but then I managed to clear the boss that he couldn't clear. But anyways, on my account though, I have now settled on, because I want to like actually have fun with my stupid high investment bullshittery. Even though C1 script was definitely not necessary, I took the risk for it because I got lucky with C0R1, and I was fine with losing the 50-50, and I wanted to get dupes of Dahlia. So like I'm fine that I got C1 Skirk. It'll also be enjoyable. I think C1 Skirk will get the most value up again outside of her like really strong teams. But I will probably appreciate having C1 Skirk long term because I like the character, and in particular, there's going to be future bosses that shill Skirk less than this one. Like C1 Skirk will probably be if I can clear dire difficulty with a Skirk's team against the Electro Turtle next patch, is probably going to be because of C1 Skirk, right? Or maybe it won't be. I don't know. But anyways, let's see if I can do a sub 100, and then we can maybe do some Zenless. Why are you talking about the fishing pipe for Kaya? What was that non-crit? My god. Perfectly waited to make sure I got Thrilling Tales. It's like a 1 second loss, but I think it's worth it. I didn't get Thrilling Tales at all. Oh my god. This is the number one downside of Charlotte. Is like, again, I think this is a server check problem. I think Mihoyo has a stupid server check for Thrilling Tales. Which, what? I don't know why I did that. Whatever. I think Mihoyo has a stupid Thrilling Tales cooldown for triggering the buff is 20 seconds, right? Charlotte has a 20-second burst. So if I am consistently bursting on Charlotte every rotation, and then switching from Charlotte into skill issue. If I am consistently bursting on Charlotte every rotation, right? Can I view the characters menu from here? No, I can't. I have to abandon. She has a 20-second burst cooldown, so if I'm bursting every rotation, right off cooldown, that's 20 seconds, and the cooldown on Thrilling Tales is 20 seconds, I should be able to get Thrilling Tales without a problem consistently, right? The problem is, if you're making really tight rotations, there seems to be a server check delay that causes a problem where I don't get the Thrilling Tales buff. I think that is why. Because despite the fact that the cooldown matchup works ideally, I still just have rotations where I don't get Thrilling Tales. And I have to wait, like, literally, like... oh, that bad. I have to wait, like, I think literally... That was really terrible. The ideal is, like, a quarter to a half second, I think. It's just, like, stupid. Anyways, and this is not a problem in, like, generalized gameplay, because you can just purposely play a little bit slower. And normally you do play a little bit slower, but when you're talking min-maxing this, trying to do really tight rotations, just like this effect can occur once every 20 seconds. Cooldown on her burst, 20 seconds. Like, the fact that I'm going from Charlotte into Skirk and not getting Thrilling Tales buff sometimes, other than the first rotation. The first rotation makes sense because we do a non-burst first rotation, right? It's just dumb. Ugh. Anyways. Yeah, I see everyone's talking about Linny. I don't know why. Yeah, no, I haven't tried the Jeff's account yet. I asked him if there was a time he would prefer it, and he did not respond back. Oh, that was terrible. That was a terrible first rotation. Chupin. Oh my gosh. The non-crits on N5 drive me insane. I wonder if there's anyone that's gonna watch this VOD or will watch any future mention of me being like, yeah, I chose to not activate Skirk C1 until I got a sub 100 second clear. And then someone's going to be like, but Skirk C1 would have gotten you a sub 100 second clear. It's like, thank you, fundamental. If you feel that the reason I'm trying to get a sub 100 second clear is just to get a sub 100 second clear at all, you're missing the reason why I'm doing this. I'm doing it because it seems to be a right balance of a difficult challenge for what I'm at without Skirk C1. Anyways, this is not a sub 100. Can I switch? Oh, Skirk died. I don't know when that happened. Alright. Good to know. That animation causes a lag. You now have to do 19 to 8 second cooldown right when TDS procs. Yeah. That was bad. Bruh. The N5s, I swear N5 somehow has an inbuilt negative 20% crit rate to it. I should have waited to see. And like, it's fine. See, like, the Thrilling Tales thing is not a problem, technically, because if I'm rotating too fast from Charlotte to Skirk, you notice, like, I have to wait a little bit under a second for Skirk's skill to come off cooldown anyways. I should be waiting on field. Like, this is why, like, what I've been doing usually is, when I've been playing better, is just, like, do 1 or 2 Charlotte normal attacks and then switch to Skirk, and that usually lines it up better and gets Thrilling Tales, and gets Dragon Slayers, Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers consistently. I can speak, it's fine. There still is awkward server check things, I think, to be clear, that I think shouldn't exist. But they do. I don't know if that was worth doing. I should have just waited on Pyro, I think. Bad. Didn't even get the charge attack at the end. Bruh. What? I couldn't switch my character. Oops, I didn't get a charge attack out. Not it. Can I switch my character? What is happening? Why am I like getting stuck underneath it and it's not letting me switch to Charlotte? I hate when that happens. I haven't noticed that be an issue in the boss, generally speaking, so it's not really. Anyway, this is obviously not sub 100, so. That happened twice though in that round. Getting stuck under the boss and it not letting me switch to Charlotte. I didn't get a charge attack, whatever. Okay. Why that felt so slow. Yeah, bad. Bruh, I swear to God, I just saw like 18 non-crits in a row. Bruh. Why? I swear to God, this, like, her N5 feels like Navia. Where like, oh, you have 90% crit rate? That's the same as 50. Like, I just... To be clear, if I went and watched back footage, it's probably like, when a lot of N5s are landing, we probably don't have cryo resonance up, right? Which means I go from like 89% crit rate to 74% crit rate, and that's annoying, but that's all. Darn it. I was trying to kill in that rotation, but didn't matter anyways. Oh, okay. I think this is not a sub 100 second day. Is my vibe. What? Why? I swear to God, it's I'm trying to do my charge attack input. It's just not taking it. Should use Sokaku over Charlotte. True. Well, ooh. Can you imagine how bad Sokaku would be in Genshin though? Like, you know, I know like a well played Sokaku, right? The nuance of Sokaku is you parry into her and whatever, right? So you don't have to deal with her slow animations. But like Genshin doesn't have parry mechanics, right? If you use Sokaku if you use Sokaku in Genshin, it would always be slow Kaku, right? Sokaku in Genshin is slow Sokaku all the time. And yeah, 5-second animation every time. Imagine Sokaku's chain attacks in Genshin. Oh God, I think Sokaku would be a terrible character in Genshin. Yeah. This is not it. Oh, Wenzo, hello. You returned from college. Welcome back. Hopefully you had a nice time. Doing what are you studying actually? Also, thank you for the gifted memberships. Oh, that reminds me. I need to. Please keep on yelling at me for this. I need to make a private Discord server and like set it up so YouTube members like automatically get access to it. But yeah, I want to do a private like member only Discord server, and I want to do. I think I want to do like maybe weekly or bi-weekly. These might become like member only videos maybe, or they might just be private sessions. But I want to do like private like co-op sessions with like Stygian Onslaught with people as an option for like a membership reward. So we can do I can do like coordinated co-op, right, with viewers. Maybe account fixing can be an account fixing raffle or something on occasion could be a membership reward. Anyway, I'm too busy yapping. This is terrible. But yeah, remind me, because I need to do that. I want to do a members only Discord server. I've gone way too long not having any real incentivization for people to do the membership, and it's not that hard for me to do those things. I just forget. But you couldn't co-op with me because of your EU? I have my casual account. I got my casual account. I can still do EU. Have I gotten a single 2N5 at the end rotation yet? I think this is a very non-100 second day. The fact that we haven't even gotten one run that's like close to 100 seconds means we are not doing sub 200 or sub 100 today. Why did I do that? Oh, I have 31 HP. I tried to time the burst hit, and I completely failed on every level. I just want to have one good attempt. I don't think I've had a single one. Obviously not this one. I've gotten by the way, my record is 101 seconds. And I believe that 101 seconds, when I got it, I'm pretty sure the reason that... That was just sus start. I'm pretty sure that 101 second clear would have been a sub 100 if I had missed a couple N5s that had critted that like lost me a good like 300,000 damage in the middle of the attempt, and it was right borderline at the end where I'm pretty sure that extra 300,000 damage from those two N5s critting would have gotten me there. So yeah, crit RNG optimization, yay. How did I not get throwing tails there? Also, bro, I feel like I'm getting a disproportionately high amount of N5s that are failing to crit today. I have 74% crit rate without cryo resonance. When cryo resonance is up, so when the enemy has cryo on it, I have with cryo resonance up, I have 89. Super. Come on. Why? Like, what in the world, right? Like we're gonna have some instances of cryo resonance not up, but I swear, this team just manages to work in a way where, like, conveniently, maybe I'm just always not having. Oh, I swapped too soon. Maybe I'm always having N5s land when cryo resonance isn't up. I don't know. Like, 89 is a little low, could be higher. Oh, gee, thanks. I'll fix that right now. There we go. At least that lined up properly for once. Bro, like, what the frick? And to be clear, by the way, more crit rate doesn't improve my ability to get a sub one, like, to do the fastest clears possible. When it comes to hyper optimizing, can I get the kill in this rotation? Hey, see, okay, this is the kind of thing, like, if I was getting these 103 seconds from the start of when we were first starting, then this is like, okay, this is a sub 100 day. If I'm starting to do like 105 second clears consistently, then that's a sub 100 second day, right? But right now I've been failing to do the 105 second clears. But like, yes, on a f***ing spreadsheet level, 74 crit rate is too low. But actually on a hyper optimization level, you want to bias towards not crit rate, generally speaking, because crit rate stats could be stats like crit damage and attack percent that when you do crit, do increase your damage to a level that might matter. To be clear, I haven't purposely spec'd my Skirk in that direction. It's just the artifacts I have. If I reroll this in the future and I, get 2 more crit rate rolls and only 6.2% crit, I don't know what this started with crit damage. If I get, if I lose a crit damage roll from this and then gain 2 crit rate rolls, that'd be fine, right? I'd be fine with that. But on a damage optimization, when we're talking hyper optimizing, when we're doing many runs, trying to get like the best clear possible, you naturally in doing mini runs are optimizing around critting more often or not. Like crit variance, when we're talking where we have anywhere between our average crit rate, if we factor in the downtime of cryo resonance, is probably around 80 to 85% functionally, is probably the mathematical way to evaluate what my current build is at. Is like we have between 80 and 85% crit rate on average. And that is amount of crit rate that is high enough that you can optimize around crit rate. around critting. Yeah, theoretically you could optimize around 50 crit rate. You can't really for Skirk. I don't think you can really optimize around 50% crit rate because she hits too many times. But for Skirk with an 80% ish crit rate build, you can optimize around, right? So like I wouldn't if I want to have 100% crit rate all the time and not have the inconsistency, that is valuable in other ways, to be clear. Like there is value to having more crit rate in that now the optimization becomes, no, I'm not optimizing around crit RNG at all. I'm just optimizing around landing like the optimal combos. But one thing I can do, I can run a higher crit rate build on Marasasi hunters, right? But this is the best thing I can actually do to show this. Like on a spreadsheet level, my Marasasi build is meaningfully better than my signature the new signature artifacts build. This is, we have 10% more crit rate out of base, 10% more crit rate out of baseline. I think our crit damage total is about the same. I don't actually have crazily more crit damage or anything, but I have a lot more attack too. So like I have a lot more attack, and I have like 10% more crit rate. This is enough additional crit rate that functionally we are in like that ideal range where we are. With cryo resonance up, we have 100% crit rate, and without cryo resonance up, we have 86. This is like the ideal crit rate, I would say. Like this is a really, really good build. It could be better. I could get a flower that had more crit damage rolls than this, or more attack percent rolls. That can't really be improved. This could be re-rolled and get more crit damage rolls. Yeah, but like that's a crapshoot, right? The circlet is actually quite hard to be better than this. Could it be? Yes, but kind of hard because all I really want is attack percent substats in this build. And here, let me do a run here. You're gonna see like, even though this is better on a spreadsheet level, it's not really better on repeated. When I'm trying to hyper optimize, it's not really better. Is my experience so far. Like I have tested this because like if it did seem like it was better, I would use it. But it hasn't seemed like it was better. I don't know why I ran out. I just wasted time running around, but it's fine. Did I get Thrilling Tales there? I feel like I should have gotten Thrilling Tales there, considering I like tapped about. Okay, that was just terrible. That was just terrible. Okay, the freaking cable I blame is messing here. You know what? Can I still have the abandoned. I still have my wireless adapter plugged in. Is my mouse... Okay, hopefully the stream doesn't crash by doing this. Maybe it was the mouse that caused the problem. Unplug my mouse. That was a bloop that makes sense to have happened. And then wireless connection. There we go. Okay, back to wireless. I feel like the cable might have been screwing me up a little bit. Why Charlotte instead of Rosaria? Because Charlotte's better. Charlotte busts more. I have tried Rosaria, she's not better. I don't feel like getting into it, but Charlotte I feel is better than the 5-star options for this boss. I just did a charge attack by accident. Yeah, Charlotte is not here because I'm trying to do a lower investment clear. Charlotte is here because I think she's the best option. I waited a little longer than I needed to. I got Thrilling Tales at least. Wow, I got a double N5. And I got the charge attack at the end. Holy. I blame the wire. Because I know I have the wire right now. And I got an N5 a double N5 immediately. Like, obviously you can see our damage numbers are lower than they were before, right? But the difference here is that MH is better than the other build because it's more consistent. But in practice, from a hyper optimization level, it's not better because the damage numbers we are seeing are lower. And that's again because like from a hyper optimization level, having max crit rate when you're trying to like min max runs to this level is not the end-all be-all. To be clear, I don't think they're that different. I think they're relatively similar experience. I maybe should have Scopiaed bursted, timed that better. But I can tell you, when I have tested this when I was playing better in recent weeks with this MH build versus the finale build that I was using, and I have struggled. Whereas like when I am playing decently with the finale build, I have found I can pretty consistently do 105-second clears when I am playing well. Whereas when I am playing well with the MH build, I seem to not be able to do like it can, I think, but is not quite at the damage breakpoint necessary. So like the crit inconsistency is actually kind of ideal from a what is happening? Okay, that time I did not do a hold. I swear to God, I did a freaking click there. Maybe I'm losing my sanity. If you're bad at playing the game, I'm not talking if you're bad at playing the game. I'm talking from a min-max hyper-optimization perspective. I'm talking about this hyper-specific, hyper-optimized gameplay perspective. Not hyper-optimized gameplay. Hyper-optimized, like, this is one of the things you can optimize around. Is you can optimize your build around critting less because you can spec more into damage sets that increase your damage, and just you naturally benefit from that because run variance with crit rate will naturally cause you to crit more often. And so, bro, I am doing extra charge attack inputs that I swear to God I am not inputting. Has this mouse just gone to shit? What the fuck is happening?
This is getting interesting.
I swear to God, it is doing charge attack inputs that I'm not inputting. Yeah, now I'm getting frustrated. So I should just do story. I should just do Zenless story. Not frustrated at chat. I'm getting frustrated at the mouse, by the way, in case it's not obvious. That was a good first rotation. I'm just gonna wait for Karina this time. Bop. Do. Bad dash cancel. How did I not get through my tails there? What? How did I not get through my tails there? Why did I do a charge attack there? I guess it's fine, actually. Gonna line this up. Yeah, nice. I dashed there, though, because I thought I wasn't, so that was a bad, but... What? I tried to do a charge attack. Okay. It might be just me fuddling. Bro, that was terrible gameplay. Okay. Anyways, you can see, like, despite the fact that on a spreadsheet level my MH build should be quite meaningfully better, what it is better at is mostly consistency. Like, my MH build is more consistently performing at a certain level. Oh my God, are you serious? Okay. See, that thing, that exactly what happened there is exactly what I was actually describing. Wherein, like, the MH build just barely doesn't reach the damage breakpoint for it to get more consistently quicker clears. So, just it's just like that's what I found from a hyper optimization standpoint. If I was not specifically trying to min max the absolute hell out of trying to clear with Skirk against this, it would not be that much of a difference. Like, it just doesn't matter that much. And to be clear, when I was doing my non-signature weapon clears, like when I've been using... what is happening to the mouse? What the fuck? You see my mouse getting... I'm moving my mouse to the corner, and it's getting stuck. Okay, something is fucked with the mouse, with the wireless connection. I'm guessing there's just like some 2.4 gigahertz dongle. Why is it happening when I specifically look? What is happening? So I'm moving my mouse at like a set rate and it's just stopping on the screen. What the fuck? What kind of bug is this? Great. Okay, well, I'm not gonna lie, that seems like a software problem in the bug, in the mouse. The fact that it's happening on specific sections of the screen. What the fuck? At first I was like, okay, maybe it's an interference with a 2.4 gigahertz dongle, but like that can't be it. Because why is it happening in like specifically this corner of the screen? I guess I should go back to having it be plugged in, because like what the... I wasn't having this issue before today though, that I've noticed at least. What the frick? This is probably why the charge attack inputs are like something's fucking happening. So I think there was indeed some fuckery happening that wasn't actually my inputs. What the frick? Okay, it's like now like the spot where it's getting stuck is changing a little bit. I don't know. It could be the dongle is getting interference. I'll try the dongle again in the future. I do have the dongle like 3 feet away from the mouse. And like they do the typical thing of like, oh, we recommend having the dongle like as close to the mouse as possible. Like, yeah, no shit. So I don't know. I might have to mess around with where I position the dongle. It's not necessarily the mouse's fault, but I might have to take away my my recommendation of this mouse until I figure out that issue, because this mouse loses some of its relevance if you can't reliably use it wireless. So, okay, I'll plug it back in though. Again, if my audio interface wasn't in the way of the mouse, the wire isn't that much of a problem. The problem is like the wire is hitting my audio interface a lot, and that restricts me from like moving my mouse to the right. And that's a problem. Like I need to be able to move my mouse to the right properly. So anyways, or maybe I should just use controller, I guess. Maybe that's the lesson of today. But yeah, see, it works perfectly fine on plugin. No problems here. So that's weird. Anyways, I have to figure that out. This mouse wasn't that expensive, but it was like a $50 mouse. It's a very good mouse for $50. But anywho's, why don't you use Chongyun instead? Chongyun does not do the off-field rapid cryo hits that reduces the cryo gauge. Also, he does not give 48% attack because he's not a catalyst unit. Like Charlotte is buffing by 68% attack with Noblesse and Dueling Tales, and on top of that, she is reducing the gauge, which is indirectly increasing Skirk's damage quite a lot in a lot of the rotations, because Charlotte reducing the gauge immediately below like the 10% threshold means that Skirk can immediately start doing a bunch of damage that you wouldn't start doing if I was using Shenhe, Rosaria, Chongyun. If Chongyun's skill cooldown thing, so if Skirk's skill went on cooldown right when I like used her skill rather than when her skill ends, Chongyun would actually be an interesting option, to be clear, I think. Even with the downside of like not giving attack buff or whatever, because like the faster rotations given could be theoretically really good, but you can't do that consistently really with Chongyun because it just doesn't line up properly. His skill only lasts 10 seconds, and you have to have Skirk's skill end while that field is still up, so it's just not great. So yeah. How much ER does your Charlotte have? My Charlotte has 230, but before I got a higher ER build on her, I was using a 203 ER build. This is with a C4 plus Charlotte, to be clear. I was using a 203 ER build, and that was fine too. Like both of them have been equivalent the same. If you didn't notice, like I go from Escoffier into Charlotte, and I you are able to consistently funnel Escoffier particles into Charlotte very easily and naturally, like without having to go out of your way to do it. That's when funneling is awful, right? Is when you have to go out of your way to funnel. And like 200 ER was fine with funnel particles. The build I have now doesn't even need to funnel particles, so I could like do Escoffier EQ pretty flexibly and still for sure have her burst back. Like I like having the extra ER. There's no need to spec her into anything other than ER and healing bonus and whatever. So yeah. Anywho's, let's do some Zenless story, I guess. Because what else is there to do? Well, I mean, I should honestly, the fact that I really need to do some quests or something. I need to do some stuff on my main account because like they haven't released enough new content. They haven't released enough new content for me to keep up the stupid long-term expedition points. I've nearly 100%ed all the new exploration content they've done. I've done everything except for one of the latest quests. What, that'll give me like, what, 10 exploration points? Or long-term encounter points? Whatever. Like, I haven't done like every single side quest they've released. Obviously, I had done that. I probably would have be fine. But anyways, point is, I should do some questing because MiHoYo hasn't released enough content to keep up my stupid encounter points, and I'm gonna have to start doing daily soon, and that's awful. Anyways, is ZZZ getting the backseat? No, we're doing Zenless now. But I gotta launch the video game. But yeah, anywho's. So, does anyone that's playing Umamusume know what's up with those banners? Because, like, they confuse me. Here's a turtle. The Umamusume banners confuse me a lot. Like, what is the point of them? What is the point of these, like, weird pseudo standard banners that are only up for 2 days? Did they do that in the Japanese version? Like, what is the point of it? Yes, I did the Jufufu story already, actually. Jufufu story was quite fun. I liked it. I liked it a lot. It was very, like, casual, silly. It was not like a very serious story that was like super engaging or like emotional in any crazy way or anything. So, you know. Bap. Loading. What's the title mean? I had a previous stream that lasted a whopping like 40 minutes. Where after I did a 10 pull for C6 Iansan and failed to get her, the game, or not the game, my computer had a problem, which I think was related to the mouse at this point, but I'm not 100% certain. And my mouse disconnected, and my microphone for some reason stopped working after the mouse disconnected too, which is really weird. So I couldn't. Oh, what the frick? Why is that not working properly? What happened? Why is that scaled improperly? Did I not? Okay, what? Why? What is happening? I can't move this for some reason. OBS is janking the hell out. Okay, whatever. Launch the game. While I fix this. Can I here? Properties. Default. This worked. By the way, I like recorded some Zenless stuff like last week. This worked before. I don't know why it's borked. Bro, why can't I? Man, OBS is such jank sometimes. Like, why in the world? Like, normally I can click on the thing and then I can move it around. It's not letting me click on the shit and move it around. Like, I'm moving some other layer around, and I don't understand. OBS, why the hell are you janking the hell out? It's not Zenless' fault. This is just something with OBS. Wait. I think I figured out why. There we go. I don't know why it was set to that. I think it was set to that because I was trying to get NTE to work or something. I don't know. There we go. Bam. Fixed it. Good lord. Took too long. Yeah, I'm rushing through this story, by the way, because, like, I don't know. I've been paying attention to the plot line. It's just super whatever so far. Like, we are in this hollow because there's people doing construction, or mining, sorry, for whatever, for the material that people use to make them have, like, hollow resistance or whatever. Like, I understand the importance on it, but, like, I haven't cared that much about the plot going on here so far. In a level of I need to pay serious attention to the story, so we're gonna zoom on through. Didn't mean to switch to you, but can I? Yeah, I'm not familiar with Yishuen at all, obviously. So I really hate, by the way, in the story domain where you like start with 0 energy. It's awful. Like, stop it. Makes the characters feel garbage. Like why? Why are we failing so much here? It's because we didn't start with energy. That's why. Okay, stop dashing over there. Okay, I need to... Why did you lock onto a thing behind me? Okay, rarely do I have problems with Zenless' targeting. I am having problems right now. Yeah, I blame this stupid frog. I hate this frog, by the way. I think it's one of the worst enemies they designed. OBS had an update? I mean, yeah, I'll probably check for an update later, but in case that was a problem, but I don't know. Mouse stuck at right corner because he's only capturing 2/3 of the screen? What do you mean? What? My mouse is not stuck anymore.
Thank you all for helping with the investigation. We've now gathered sufficient evidence,
Uh-huh.
Eric and the others just fit next. We'll rally everyone from Yunquei.
Mention it.
I really appreciate it.
Obviously, this dude is being disingenuous.
Your plan.
Well, it's time to put every...
This story is mainly a setup to what miasma is. That's kind of what I figured. But anyway, I'm enjoying the structure so far, by the way. Like, as far as the, like, oh, let's do some... By the way, I strongly feel now that I've done some of the new story where there's actually a reason to use this minimap interface, I still think it's almost useless and garbage. I still fail to see a compelling value to it. It's not very good. Like, this game just doesn't need it. It's not structured in a way where the map is necessary, and I actively think it makes it harder to navigate around. It's kind of ass. So, anyways, what do you want? Did I not do you today? Oh, by the way, you can skip. I don't know if people realize this. If people know you can skip out of the... I already did it now, so I couldn't demonstrate it. But you can skip this, by the way. You can back out of this before you can see the result of this before you claim the reward. So it's a little bit trickier than the thing. At least on keyboard you can. Where I did it by accident, so I know you can. I saw the full result, and then I pressed escape before it, like, so I don't think it's that hard. But I pressed escape before it popped up the this thing for sure. I know this didn't pop up yet. And it didn't actually like open the divination, and you open it again. It was the same exact result. So this works relatively similar to the tickets, where like you can cancel. You can see what this is for the day and see if it's a new one, for example, and then you could do the scratch off instead, or you can do the scratch off and see if the scratch off is one that is going to give you prima gems, and then do the dog. So you can do either or, and I don't know if that many people realize that you can cancel that. So, anyways, let me know if I miss important dialogue. So yeah, you can scam them both. Wow, story completed. What's my resources at, by the way? 7,000. Okay, so I have a guarantee, by the way. So that is enough to guarantee me Yuzuha. I do want Yuzuha's engine. I know it's not like that significant an upgrade. I still want it because I want no compromise anomaly min-maxing. Although to be clear, I do actually think I have an additional kaboom at this point. Yeah, I do have 2 Kaboom the Cannon R5s at this point. With some additional copies. So, yeah, I know it's like a 6% upgrade. It's relatively minor. And I'm not using, especially after Yuzuha release, I'm realistically not going to use Lucy very often anymore. I'm already barely using Lucy since I've gotten like more stunner options. Right, like I'd rather do Soldier 11 Jafufu lighter almost over any other team with Soldier 11 right now, and that was the main last circumstance I used Lucy in. Lucy's still pretty good. You can do like whatever the triple chain tech and whatnot, but like she's still a well-balanced character and has relevance to being used. It's just my account's now at an investment level where there's not going to be a lot of reasons, so maybe I should just stick with Kaboom the Cannon on her, honestly. But I don't know.
The glory dig? I never saw it. Then people from Yunquei Summit left, but now
Okay.
that we've returned, it's
Oh, is this the start of the cleaning up the mess here? As far as I'm aware, you don't have to clean up the mess here. It's all like there's a couple temporary rewards that are non-Primo Gem related, so I don't have to do this before the update. But yeah, I'm probably gonna at least do a couple 10 pulls at minimum for Yuzuha's weapon. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, this is the temple management thing. Okay. Do I have to go through this? I want to continue the main quest. Does anyone? Do you have to do this, or did I just accidentally route myself into this? It's time-based crafting. That is so cringe. You have really, Mihoyo, this event, or whatever, it's not an event technically. This implements the most cringe mobile game mechanics of all. Time-based waiting for crafting. I'm pretty sure I can figure this out on my own later. I'm sure I'll miss some things by skipping through it this fast, but like, please, free me. Am I done? Yeah, as far as I'm aware, I was told that there's no primo gems in this event that are locked behind polychromes. There's no polychromes locked behind completing this in this patch specifically, which is why I wasn't that worried about it. Yeah. Anyways. Don't want to do that right now. Yeah, see, this is there's no permanent rewards. Yeah, there's like a 10 pull, so I want to do it eventually. I'm not gonna not do it, but I am more concerned about doing like this one and whatever, and just progressing the main story, so I can finish that one in particular, because you have to do the main story to do that. Yep. But yeah, anyways, the main thing that could make me skip Yuzuha weapon, I think. Can you? I know. Can you? I love gacha games and this tendency, or maybe Hoyo games. This is not a good way to do tutorials, Hoyo. You should learn better. It's funny. Like Zenless does really good tutorials in some ways, and they do all the stupid gacha tutorials too. Too much text. Yuzuha gonna be good without Jafufu. Why in the world do you think Jafufu is needed for Yuzuha? I'm assuming you don't know anything about Yuzuha's kit. She is a best in slot anomaly unit. Jafufu is not relevant for anomaly at all. Like, they are pretty anti-synergistic. They are literally not relevant at all for each other, essentially. I'm trying to, I don't know, if you're doing something goofy, is there a reason you're trying to do like hybrid crit and anomaly damage? Like, I guess freaking Miyabi, right? Trying to do Miyabi Yuzuha Jafufu is probably actually pretty okay, right? So, but that is not like a best in slot, best team for Miyabi or anything, not even close, right? So, why is there exclamation points on here all of a sudden? It's telling me to do invite lighter. I mean, I should. I haven't done any of these things in a while. I know, sacrilegious how much I like Hugo, and I haven't done them yet. I'm sorry. It's almost like I just enjoy this game like a normal person without putting 500 hours into it. Oh yeah, Jafufu passive is off there. I forgot, because Jafufu needs an attack unit. That's true. So you don't even get to be clear. Jafufu passive is just the ultimate decibel refunding. You still get like the crit damage buffing and the stunning, obviously. So like her kit works. You just lose one of the more interesting and relevant things that is fun about her kit, I think. So yeah, like that's just not that relevant of a context, right? But it is a context that could work pretty well. But it's definitely nowhere near Miyabi's best team. And that's fine. So I don't know, Jafufu and Yuzuha don't have a. It's a fair question though, I guess. I don't know, because they're near each other, so I guess you might be assuming they're releasing near each other means they're synergistic with each other, but they are not. They are not. So, not that it's impossible to use them together. God, I wish I knew how the combat system works. I mean, once you understand, oh my lordy, there's so much crap to this thing. Please free me. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there's someone that's made an introductory to Zenless Combat video. Maybe that's something, I don't know. Maybe I can, should I try to make a, because like I have maybe the right, like, I'm definitely not, I'm like nowhere near. Like, the skill ceiling for Zenless is very high. I am so nowhere near the skill ceiling for Zenless. I enjoy the game in a way where like I like practicing the specific teams I enjoy playing, and getting better at them naturally over time, mostly by just feeling my way through things, kind of thing. And that is not exactly how you get the best at Zenless. So no, I could, but I feel like I could make a video being like, all right, I am a dummy who is not a super hyper min-maxier. Wait, if it's gonna let me do anything. Rar, scary. What was it saying? Oh yeah, I think I could do like a ZZZ combat for dummies, because like, I don't know, it's funny like seeing how many people, like, if you play the game, I feel like it's pretty easy to intuitively understand. Like on a casual level, this game can be just button mashing, you're kind of chilling. On a end game combat level, you have to start to understand the mechanics going on a little bit more with stunning and whatever. So like, I feel like I can explain some of the nuance of Zenless's mechanics on a very basic level without overcomplicating things too much. Yeah, you can clear things with minimal knowledge and skill. Exactly, right? Like, it doesn't take that much effort. What is this? Okay.
The environment here is
But
complicated.
anywho's, so I hope Yuzuha is better than Astra with Vivian Chain at my skill level. Yeah, we'll see. One of the weird things that I saw, like, it was actually funny. Like, you have different types of. What am I doing? I don't have energy because for some reason you don't start with energy here. Not that we needed it.
It must have a source. If we can find it.
Yuzuha, I saw from Lin Zero. Lin Zero was like, Yuzuha is applying so much anomaly that it made it really hard for me to optimize my clears. Because he couldn't like reliably control when anomalies were happening. I'm just like, well, I think part of the point of Yuzuha is that you just let things happen at their max frequency possible, and you play around that rather than trying to control the timings, right? Like, it's just funny because like he's basically like, I'm not an anomaly player. Like, Lin Zero is someone who's an extremely good player for like doing like min-maxy crazy stun combo stuff. Meanwhile, like he like doesn't have the ability to optimize Yuzuha as much on an intuitive level for him, and that's really funny to me. Like, I hadn't realized before that's like, yeah, if you're like a really stun combat focused player, you can neglect your knowledge and ability to work with the other stuff. I'm not saying I'm amazing at like the anomaly stuff, but oh wow, good job. I'm just saying it's interesting that Lin Zero seems to be, from their own perspective, not that good at it. So, anywho's, but yeah, endgame you definitely, I think, have to be a bit better, to be clear, or have some of the better teams. Like Zenless has a scale of like, if you have the good teams that are great at dealing with the bosses, if you have, you know, Miyabi, what is an ideal, what is the ideal limited 5 stars you could have gotten at like a free-to-play investment level, but you still have to have decided to pull for them for this to be the case. Evelyn, I guess, for Pompey. So say you pulled Evelyn, you pulled Miyabi for Butcher, and you pulled Yixuan, right? And like, you don't necessarily need lighter, I think, for Evelyn. Just like lower investment versions of those teams. You're playing Mono Ice Miyabi at like a not even a very proficient level, just like okay. I don't know why I'm not doing my other characters. And crap. You're playing half decent, right? Mono-wise Miyabi, playing Evelyn with Lucy and whatever. Like, probably, hopefully, you have Astro, I guess, for one of the teams, but just like a few specific units you pulled for that are ideal for like the current Deadly Assault bosses, and like you're kind of chilling with like a relatively low skill level, right? For clearing 20,000 points, which is like the full rewards, not even the Primo Gem rewards, just like the full S clear rewards. Anything past S clear is your own personal satisfaction, right, and enjoyment. And that's fine. Like I think that's like a good balance for the game to be at. But then you could have chosen to be like me and not pulled Evelyn, but then you have to play. You can play Soldier 11 against Pompey and still clear well. But then you need to either be spec'd in an investment level into the sports differently, or need to know how to play Soldier 11 better, whatever. Although Evelyn is somebody you also want to play pretty well, I think, ideally sometimes. But I think she can perform a lot worse if you play her terribly, from my understanding. Look at glowy orb. Okay. Crap. So yeah. Anyways, I don't know. What is this? I think like Zenless combat for dummies. You start with explaining what the different little icons are on enemies' HP. Like the green bar is enemies' HP, the yellow bar is enemies' stun, which is like a different HP bar, but specifically for making them stop doing actions, and you get to do bonus damage and trigger certain additional abilities on your characters when enemies are stunned. And that's going to be like a whole, and that's like the starting conversation is like, but more on that later. We're going to go more in depth on stunning. And then the little circle is anomaly, and anomaly is interesting because it's where like elemental effects matter, but the main nuance of anomaly isn't just like the damage it deals. There is an archetype of characters that like, yeah, they do anomaly damage and whatever, but it's more usually important to understand like, particularly for there's a lot of specific teams and like specific reasons to need to mini thing exploration there's a lot of need to like understand like, oh, on a min-max level, why is Soldier 11 vibrating? That you can do things like freeze an enemy. You can try to trigger a freeze anomaly to freeze an enemy when you stun them, to extend the stun duration to get more damage out, right? There's an intersection of the mechanics that is very satisfying and worth knowing about, even if you don't always try to do it on purpose. It is something worth knowing about so you can recognize when things just naturally line up for you to take advantage of, kind of thing. But yeah, and then so there has to be just a breakdown of like what anomaly is, what stunning is, and then a sizable breakdown of defensive assists, dodge assists. Like the fact that this game's defensive utility is meant to be dodging and parrying is a very important thing you need to understand about Zenless. If you don't understand that, I don't think you succeed at this game at all. Why I didn't start with you? You had full points already. Yeah, it's so nice using my built characters here rather than their trial characters. Like, wow, I can actually clear things smoothly. Crazy. Could use an ult every now and then, but seems unnecessary. Also, wait, how was I not... How do I... There we go. I should have been going around like this the whole time. I believe you can indefinitely do this. It's not faster, to be clear. I don't really know if it's slower. This is the real value of exploration, is the fact that you can do this. You just start playing Zenless again? I mean, it's still a gacha game. You still gotta have the time to do it. Like, one potential concern I have is, I haven't reinstalled it yet on my computer. I think I'm gonna reinstall Star Realm on my PC. I think it's time for me to get a little back into Star Rail. Why? Archer is really fun. Archer is really fun. Like, I happen to be clear, my Star Rail account already had the pieces to make Archer work really well. They did a really good job designing Archer as a free character that was really enjoyable. I thought you abandoned Star Rail? Yeah, because they broke me for the combat experience and the farming experience. But they've improved some things with the farming experience. And I'm enjoying playing Archer right now. And I enjoy the combat, or I enjoy the story of Star Rail. So I want to like see what's up with the current new story situation in Star Rail, right? So I'll probably give it again. It's not going to be I'm going to commit to daily login or anything, because time. But I spent a little bit of time playing around with Archer, and I enjoyed it. I was like, oh yeah, Star Rail combat can be fun. Yeah, he makes Sparkle relevant. Also, I got his E1, by the way, at like 30 pity, 40 pity, which is cool. I think it was 40 pity. I didn't keep that close a track. I'm probably going to put more wishes into the Sunday banner, because Sunday is still relevant, right? I hope. Sunday makes Jing Yuan really good, right? Like, I think Jing Yuan went from like kind of poop-wee for a really long time to being really good with Sunday, if I recall. Is Saber good? I don't give a shit about Saber. I don't know. So, to be clear, again, I think the only character I have that Sunday's super relevant for is Jing Yuan. So is specifically Jing Yuan with Sunday still really good? Because like that's a temptation I have. So I don't know. I think they've actually like. I think Archer is really healthy for the game, and I think the changes they have made to some of the character kits, like Silver Wolf for me, Jing Liu, I'm about, because it requires refarming, and I really don't want to refarm for her. So yeah, and no, I do think it's a bad thing that that Archer basically needs Sparkle, as far as I can tell. I don't understand how you. Well, Hanya exists, right? Like Hanya was always like a. This is a Harmony 4-star that. Oh my god, this is a Harmony 4-star that can give you. Go away. That can give you extra skill points, but is hard to play, right? Is she the best compelling alternative to Sparkle? Probably, I have to assume. So I don't know, but I suspect he's a lot worse without Sparkle at the very least, and a lot more annoying to play. But I don't think it's a bad thing. I think because like the main nuance of when Star Rail's combat has been enjoyable to me, because it's like it's very simple at its baseline for being a turn-based game, and like not having a ton of, you don't have like 18 different moves to choose from your characters. You have very limited amounts of moves you can choose. The nuance of Star Rail's combat is mostly like, when do you time using your ults relative to what the uptime is of all your buffs going on? How do you balance your build for the turn order? So manipulating turn order to happen in an ideal way. And then also your skill point management. And Archer is very much a skill point management character. I think I would enjoy him even if I didn't have Sparkle. But, you know. Wait, am I still doing this by accident? Like, okay, this is just part of the main story, I think, at this point, right? I didn't even realize I was still doing this. Yeah, they definitely make characters as packages in Star Rail, and weirdly enough, I mean, I think Zenless copies a lot of Star Rail's format as far as trying to make characters as packages. It's just like Zenless's combat has far more options for player input to do different things, that there's way more skill expression, such that like any pressure you feel to use Jufufu with Yi Xuan can be mitigated by playing Yi Xuan better, most likely, right? Until you get to the point, at least, of playing Yi Xuan really well, right? Like my brother got Jufufu for Yi Xuan. I can guarantee you, even with he got stupid. He was pulling for M6 Panda. He got M2 Yi Xuan before. It's like stupid. But like he has a really high investment in Yi Xuan. I almost guarantee you he plays her way worse than than any high skill player or even medium skill players with a M0 Yi Xuan, and that's fine. Right? because I think each one is actually pretty well designed on a combat level for like, again, you can kind of brain off and just she can do pretty well. But then the more you brain off, the more it's going to feel star rail-y, where you're going to feel like you want to get like the packaged units. So yeah. Anyways, new Silver was best in slot for some teams. Yeah, I think they just did a really good job. I by the way, I spent like almost all. This is where like most of my Archer usage came from. I spent almost all of my like 2,400 resin from not playing the game for a year that I had. One, leveling up Archer. That wasn't that hard. I have him fully ass min-maxed. And then I spent I spent almost 1,200 plus, I think, farming relics. I managed to level up some pieces. I got Silverwolf on a 4-piece wind set build with resolution shines at 163 speed. I believe you want to hit 160. And then I farmed some new. This is where most of the resin went. I hate, good God, the farming experience for getting to specific speed thresholds on characters in Zenlit or on characters in Star Rail is still awful, miserable. One of the things that made me hate the game, like the daily experience of the game over time. And this was flashbacks to that, but it was mostly fine because I was enjoying playing Archer. But trying to get a energy regen rope and a orb with speed substats for Gallagher on the new set, because I went and looked at the new set. Because I was like, okay, what do I put on Gallagher? I gotta fix his build because he was always on like a build before. He had like 155 speed, which was just like the perfectly on ideal speed. On like 2-piece speed, 2-piece healing. And there's new 2-piece speed bonuses that I could do that I farmed a little bit, but didn't end up doing that. I actually kept them on 2-piece healing because I had really good speed substats in my 2-piece healing. But the new planers, there was new planers in that I had him on the effect res orbs, like when you have 30% effect res, get 10% crit damage for the whole team. But I've usually been playing him with teams, like with both Acheron and with Archer, where I have Sparkle on that. And yeah, maybe I should put Sparkle on the 5% energy regen set, but I don't think I need to. I believe she gets her burst back consistently every 3 turns or whatever, regardless, for how I'm playing Sparkle usually. But maybe I should maybe I should swap pieces around. Either way, like I can put them on her or I can put them on Gallagher. It doesn't actually matter. Either way, I wanted the new set that gave a 12% attack bonus to the character in the first slot of the team. And 5% energy regen with an energy regen rope and speed subset. Ugh. And the misery, actually, to be clear, wasn't getting the energy regen rope because, to their credit, they added, since I had stopped playing, they added like a substat selector thing, which was kind of resource heavy to get. Like I had to spend 800. I had to spend the equivalent of like 8 foddered artifacts. Like an annoying amount of resources, like fodder to artifact resources to get it. But I got like the substat selector thing, and then I got and I used one of the main stat selector things, which it used to be that there was no substat selector thing, right? So I used a main stat selector thing to craft an energy regen rope with speed substat. It wasn't a 4-line, but I got lucky and it rolled twice into speed, so it was a 6 speed substat energy regen rope. I think it's probably the best energy regen rope on the freaking account. I have so many energy regen ropes on that account that are like so sad, that have like energy regen 4-line speed and then didn't roll into speed at all. Like I have multiple pieces that are like, yep, here's 5 rolls into defense and HP and no rolls into speed. And it's just like, bruh. Especially in the pre being able to choose substats days, like the combination of the rarity of energy regen ropes plus speed substat on a 4-line piece and then not rolling into speed, that's what broke me. That's what broke me in Star Rail for a while, but now it's like slightly mitigated by these selector thingies that you can get at least a couple per patch. But then the actual misery came in, and why I had to spend 1,200 resin, or whatever the resin trailblaze poop, I think toilet paper is what I called it before. I had to spend 1,200 toilet paper trying to get an orb, just any orb on that set that had HP substat. And it took like 1200 resin, and then I had to still salvage a bunch of pieces. And my end result was I got an orb with 6 speed, and that was good enough. I now have a Gallagher that has 165 or 162 or something, whatever, over 160. And like the speed balance works out with Sparkle and Silverwolf on the win set, whatever. The Archer team is working really, really well, and it feels good. It feels satisfying. Anyways, when we're getting more long videos, hopefully soon, TM. I've just been demotivated for editing lately, unfortunately. Plus insomnia. Should I keep pulling for C6 Iansan or C4? Anyways, that was a long Star Rail, yeah. Point is, I actually enjoyed the farming experience in Star Rail because new free character was enjoyable to use. When are we getting new videos? Been 2 weeks? Yeah, I just said when when I edit them. I've recorded them. I don't know. I'm in a bit of a personal slump. Is what it is. I have them. I have a couple recorded more soon. TM. But anyways. Do you pull C6 Eons or do you pull Muika weapon? I mean, weapon banner, no, unless you have Emily, in my opinion. I think the current Muika weapon banner is kind of shit, quite frankly.
Let's not jump to any.
Leave it to me, Bill.
So.
That would be great. Meanwhile.
No. Is probably the answer. I don't know. If you're caught between whether or not you should do weapon banner or wish for a 4-star, probably the answer is no. Just across the board. I also think Muika's constellations are strong enough that it makes sense to go for Muika constellations over her weapon when there is a relevant 4-star on the banner. But yeah, unless you have Emily, I don't think you should go on the weapon banner.
I see.
You're a new player, Mizuki's the other 5-stars and nothing else. If you're a new player, I wouldn't get too stressed on getting Eons on constellations. To be clear, it'll be a damage upgrade for her. Is it worth trying to get Eons on now? Maybe, but I think the best sign about Iansan rerunning this soon on Muika banner is they're probably going to rerun Iansan on like relatively frequent intervals as long as they're running a banner unit that makes sense for her to synergize with. Like, I think people don't seem to realize that they tend to rerun the better 4-stars fairly often as long as they synergize with the on-field unit in some form, right? Like, they usually try to make banners in Genshin that give some smattering of compelling units to pair with the character. So I suspect Iansan will get reruns in the future is my point. So I don't think you really need to stress having her C6. I saw the most obvious improvement when I tested all of Iansan's constellations at C2. And okay. And yeah, Isilali is definitely way more important. I agree. So, and she's likely to rerun soon. So yes, you should definitely just get Sitlali for Muika and other teams over her. Over Iansan copies.
Nanato, what are you doing?
Oh, Belle, it's you.
Maybe I just had bad luck in Star Rail. I had terrible luck in Star Rail, but gearing in Star Rail has always felt way worse than Genshin's. Yeah, you know. Like, Star Rail, when I first got into Star Rail, I was like, oh. Sorry, I'm paying attention to the story a little bit. Star Rail was like, oh, this artifact system might be better than Genshin. No. Of the gacha games I played enough to meaningfully experience what the farming experience is like.
Anyway, thank you.
By the way,
I don't think I played Tower Fantasy enough to know how painful that one really was. So it's probably Wua, Zenless, Star Rail, Genshin. Is the 4 gacha games I've experienced enough of the overall farming context to rank them. I would rank Star Rail, and then there's nuances to each of these, to be clear. Particularly the wishy-washiness, like, I don't want, this is not, just because I'm mentioning Wuwa and Genshin in the same context, there's going to be buttholes that are like, no, Genshin, garbage, artifact system, absolute misery, pain on earth, but I still get dopamine from 40 CVs. But no, it's garbage. Anyways, like, point being, this is my personal opinion, my personal experience. Doesn't have to match your experience. There was good things. There's really cool ideas in how Wuwa's equipment system worked. What I experienced was such that I kind of think Wuwa's equipment, like artifact system, is ass. I think Wuwa's equipment system, artifact equivalent system, echo farming, has a really good baseline gimmick that could be really amazing, but they failed to execute on it because it basically didn't matter most of the time. The summoning a creature gimmick or transforming into a creature gimmick. Sorry, like some of them it did matter, but like it was really specific ones in specific instances, and most of the time it was just an annoying artifact gacha experience and super stupidly time consuming, like stupid time consuming to try to get good pieces. Like just as bad as Genshin, if not worse, because it took more time. Some things that were better and then more engaging about it. But anyways, Star Rail, Wuwa, Genshin, Zenless. How do I rank the farming experience in all of these games? Star Rail is by far the worst, by far. And the reason for that is because speed is the most important stat in the game, and it's the rarest substat in the game. And there are many character builds where the main thing you care about is just getting speed substats. So your farming experience becomes farming for the rarest substat in the game. The only thing that's like nice about it is like oftentimes in these cases you don't even care about the main stat of a lot of your pieces. So you can do like HP, damage bonus, attack orb, defense orb, doesn't matter. But like, you know, you oftentimes just need the rarest substat in the game, and then you want all of the upgrade rolls to go into speed as much as possible. But not only just that, it's a problem of Star Rail is super breakpointy, wherein like you can get 5 speed rolls, but those 5 speed rolls could mean nothing if you don't get 1 additional speed roll to reach a breakpoint for speed to actually do something. Because speed will literally, the substats, the rarest substat in the game, and getting all rolls into it, those stats can do literally nothing for your build until you get 1 or 2 more speed rolls on your other pieces to reach a highly specific breakpoint where it starts to actually have an effect in your gameplay. That's ass. It feels so bad to like get a really good piece, but then that good piece not having literally any effect until you get another really good piece, or at least another competent piece. Like, it's miserable. And it's particularly miserable because like every support in the game needs to like have speed farming, was my general experience. They did a terrible job designing that. Speed is a cool idea for the mechanic of how to build characters, but they should not have made it the rarest in the game. There should be more sources of getting speed. It's ass. It's the worst part of Star Rail, in my opinion. It's also unintuitive to figure out what different amounts of speed does, unless you know specifically like how the speed formula works. And you do the numbers yourself, or you understand why other people are recommending specific speed thresholds in specific team contexts. And like, speed tuning is a nightmare. If you dare consider, like, the most complicated thing you could dare to consider doing on a team is playing Sparkle and Bronya together. And like, okay, let's have Dance 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 on the team. Sparkle with 50% action advance, Bronya with 100% action advance. Skill point refunding as a factor. You know, the 4-piece speed set that action advances a little bit too. like all these layers of like things that interact with each other that change what speed breakpoints you would want, and how do you tune the specific units to have specific breakpoints so that they layer properly on specific turn orders. Like, and then and there's Von Whack, and there's Von Whack that action advances is on the first turn. Like, oh my Jesus Christ. Like, hyper unintuitive, awful, miserable experience because of how rare speed is as a substat and how important it is to actually do things that are really important for getting teams to perform differently. And they can perform wildly differently based on your ability to do that. And it's awful. It's just awful. They've mitigated it slightly with adding the substats selector thing in the rerollers and whatever in Star Rail, and that's good. It's better than it was in the past. It's still fundamentally awful. Wuwa ecosystem I would rate much better than Star Rail for sure. I didn't have any like vastly negative experience with it, other than it felt like it took too much time, and then the fact that all the set bonuses were just really boring. Like, it was really, really boring ass typical gacha design of like the elements in the game don't do anything and all the effects do is just give damage stats. Like, it was all incredibly boring. There was nothing interesting in any of the set bonuses. Maybe there's some interesting ones now. I haven't played in a year, and I don't intend to. Sorry. Like, I don't know how much has changed. I will give that. At the end of the day, I think Genshin and WoW are relatively similar. I would rank them similar. I would, if I'm making a tier list of like artifact systems in gacha games, I'd say Zenless is an A tier. I don't feel like going into the nuance of why Zenless is an A tier. It's just, one, it's not that important to min-max build in Zenless. Two, min-maxing builds is not that hard and it's not that miserable because of the set of stats that are relevant and there's no role variability, yada yada. And on a resource level, I've never really had a resource problem. The strongbox equivalent in Zenless is great. I think Zenless is an A tier farming experience. I refuse to give it S because I feel like S implies I like it, and it's still a gacha experience. It's still miserable sometimes, but it also still gives the dopamine sometimes when you get like the good pieces. And now I'm forced to play a team I don't want to play. Cool. And I have no energy. Why did I do this? Why do I start with no energy other than on Yushuan? Anyways, say Wuwa, like the set bonuses don't do enough. They're just really boring. The only interesting effect is like the transforming into a creature effects, and those were interesting, but most of them like didn't have that much of a gameplay experience effect, and a lot of them I think were actually like bad to use, from my understanding, at least early on. So like you didn't even use the abilities, you just used them as stats, and it just like, and I don't know. And the farming experience for getting them, I would say, took too long overall. Like, it was just like, I don't know. It was too time-consuming of an experience for what the end reward was for getting better builds in your characters in WoW, is my overall vibe. And so I place it slightly below Genshin for that reason. And Genshin, I don't know. Genshin is, like, flawed in a lot of ways. But... And missing a lot of potential. Genshin has a lot of the same problems where like most of the artifact sets just give stats. But the overall game design around the entire game in conjunction with the artifacts means there's actually a lot of nuance to using different builds and different characters and doing different things with different artifact sets, even today. And I think that's a really good strength of Genshin's artifact system, is that there's strong reasons to consider using different artifact sets on the same character in different kinds of contexts. And yes, loadout misery, I know, but like, I'm not saying it's perfect. Oh yeah, I'm stupid, I forgot. I'm not saying it's perfect. It's there's a lot of problems with Zenless, or with Genshin's, sorry. Like, but I would rate Genshin's artifact system, equipment system, and WoW's equipment system is pretty similar in the overall experience. They're just flawed. They're each flawed in core ways, but that are different from each other. Personally, I like Genshin's equipment system a bit more. But it's not like strongly so. If I liked Wuwa's overall gameplay experience more, I'd probably like Wuwa's equipment system more at the end of the day, right? But I don't like Wuwa's gameplay system more, so we can just label it as Genshin bias. Because I like Genshin as a video game more, and that's fine. I can have my different preferences, you can have your different preferences. I don't want to devolve this into a WoW versus Genshin where they're different godforsaken video games. It pisses me off how much, like, it pisses me off how much children there are that are just like hating on each other for like, oh, someone prefers Genshin and I like WoW. It's like, bruh, just go enjoy. I quite frankly, if you spend your time going on YouTube videos, Reddit threads, whatever frickin' social media platform, just being a sad hater, trying to shit on something you don't even know anything about because you don't actually play the game enough to actually meaningfully comment on things, to compare things properly. That's why I'm not saying that like I'm doing a true proper comparison. I'm just commenting my personal experiences and vibe. Between the two games. Like, they have similar structures because they're both freaking gacha games and they have very similar structures, but they're not the same game, is my point. And like there's different ways and reasons you would enjoy one or the other, and I can see why people would prefer different video games. Duh. But like just like I don't know. If you actually like Wua a lot, I don't know. I feel like you don't actually like Wua that much if what you do in your free time instead of playing Wua is you go onto social media forums to shit on Genshin. Like what you do, you don't like Wua, you just hate Genshin arbitrarily because some shitty content creator that just drama posts trying to get you to feel emotion, and you feel emotion in nothing else in your life other than hating on video games and hating people that play something that's different than you for some reason because, oh my god, other people have different preferences. Holy fuck. Like, I don't get it. I do not get why there is this weird childish war between Wua and Genshin, other than Kuro has specifically tried to market things in a way to push their user base to act that way, because I think from Kuro Games' perspective, bad publicity is good publicity. Any publicity is good publicity, right? Any amount of people that are just talking about that are being assholes going into like the Genshin's lore video that they released recently and going into the comments and being like, "Oh, Genshin is a shit game." Like, I don't get it. So, anyways, and the Wua content creators that do nothing other than just be like that rag on Genshin, but know literally nothing about Genshin, from my understanding, is really high. And to be like, there's Genshin creators that do that too. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's disproportionate in the Woo community. I don't know. There's something really cringe about the Woo community. I'm sorry, that seems disproportionately like that, and I think it's Kuro's fault. I think Kuro has purposely tried to facilitate that kind of behavior in their user base because it benefits them. And that is cringe, yo, and just stop falling for it. So anyways, I got distracted. Point is, the difference between the equipment system doesn't really matter between Genshin and Wuwa. If I'm going to put them on a tier list, Star Rails is straight up in like near F tier, where it's actively just so miserable it makes me want to stop playing the game. And that is a failure on a design level. Wu was a bit worse than Genshin for me. Overall, but not crazily so. It just flawed in different ways. And I would probably put it at like again, it was Zenless at A tier for me. Nobody gets to be S. S can exist, but it doesn't actually exist. S can exist, but it doesn't actually exist because the core idea is just is fundamentally flawed, and like there's going to be highs and lows for the existence of RNG equipment systems, right? Kuro fans hating on Genshin because they were once Genshin players. Yeah, but they didn't do what they asked for. Okay, but like most of the things they're complaining about, Hoyoverse has done. It's just that they arbitrarily had unrealistic expectations, or most of the time never understood Genshin well enough in the first place for like how Genshin is designed as a video game. Like, I don't know, the amount of people that like meaningfully try to comment on like how Genshin's combat is without understanding anything about Genshin's combat. Like, I'm sorry, if you don't know how Genshin's combat works, shut the fuck up. If you're gonna try to like have commentary on the nuance of like Genshin's mechanics versus the nuance of Wuba's mechanics, you gotta learn Genshin's mechanics properly. Because like I've seen commentary on it, and it's just a joke. Like, anyone glazing Wuba's combat by contrasting that with shitting on Genshin's combat doesn't even understand Genshin's combat. Every single person I've seen doesn't even actually understand. Yeah, no skip button in Genshin. I mean, sure. I don't know. I still maintain that like the bigger problem with Genshin is not that there's no skip button, it's that the story is too inconsistently meh. Like, it's the story experience is so meh so often that you want a skip button. So like they should add a skip button because they don't write good enough stories. They sometimes write really good stories. But I don't know. I still maintain my perspective that I would feel really shitty as someone working at Hoyoverse on like the Genshin writing team if a different part of the Genshin development team implemented a skip button because of the fact that like there'd be so many people that would never even try to give the thing that I put my blood, sweat, and tears into. Like there'd be people that don't even give the story a chance. The thing that I put a bunch of effort into creating, right? There's people on Genshin and the writing team that put effort. Like as much as I shit on like the Natlan story, I don't hate that I had to go through it. I like, but if there was a skip button, I wouldn't have experienced the Natlan story realistically, right? It would have been, I'm just gonna skip past this because it's bad. But like maybe there's parts of it that actually were good and worth experiencing. And there was, even as I think it's bad, there was like the absolute hilarity of the fact that they did like the traveler glazing session. I can never get over. It's the funniest shit ever. The fact that they actually did that in the Natlan storyline. I cannot take it seriously. It's so hilarious. Again, it came off as satire when I was playing through it the first time. I don't think it was intended as satire, but it felt like it. And it's just like, ugh. Anyways, like yes, Zenless story is good and it has a skip button. And my perspective is coming from like, I think Zenless story is on average more enjoyable for me to go through, even though I'm like very much like mentally skipping through the story right now. I very, very rarely ever feel myself having the desire to press the skip button in Zenless, right? Because I think it's an overall better quality, and I'm also fine with being able to, like, I prefer being able, maybe it's a hot take, I prefer being able to skip through story not with a skip button, because a skip button is at the whims of what the developer decides to let you skip past. And usually it means skipping an entire story sequence where you miss the dialogue entirely. Whereas, like, I like the ability to, like, just spam through. By the way, these people are praising the sun. I think that they're praising the Exaltus or whatever, if I've been paying enough passive attention or whatever, from my understanding of things. Anywho's, 2.0 wasn't good in this. I mean, yeah, my overall vibe so far is the 2.0 story is kind of meh. But like, I'm perfectly fine with doing what I am doing here, where I am like kind of skipping through by spamming through things. I don't need a skip button, but I do need to be able to skip through things when there's like a particular dialogue sequence with a character that's just yapping about things that I don't give a shit about in the moment, right? And I can do that in Zenless, so I don't need a skip button. And that's, I think, where Genshin actually fails. Where like it's a little bit too annoying to skip through things too often. Is what I would probably describe it as. I don't know. Anyways, tier list for like equipment systems. Zenless A. Do I want to put Genshin in B or Genshin in C? Because like Wuwa is one below Genshin's equipment system tier wise to me, and again that just comes down to like on a holistic game design level, because like the RNG equipment systems don't exist on their own; they exist in the framework of the other game, the entire game's mechanics, right? And I think with the rest of the game's mechanics, I think Genshin's equipment system is better made and more enjoyable of an experience to farm. I enjoy min-maxing builds in Genshin, generally speaking. Whereas in Wuwa, I don't think I would if I was playing the game long term, based on my few month experience that I had with Wuwa. Is my vibe. But again, I don't have as much experience with Wuwa, so it is coming from a place of somewhat ignorance from the current state of the game. And that's fine. So I don't know. I guess I you know what? I'll put. I know a lot of people disagree. I'm gonna put the artifact system in Genshin at a B rank. Zenless equipment is like farming experience, whatever implementation on a game design level is A. Wuwa's at C tier. They got some good ideas going on, but didn't really fulfill the dream of those good ideas. And Star Rail's F tier. That's my vibe. After mulling it over there. Yeah, they're all fundamentally flawed because gacha is fundamentally flawed as far as a experience level. Like, I don't know. I think there's a reason all these gacha games have RNG equipment. Not every single gacha game does, because gacha is a disambiguous term for just like, you know, free-to-play game with some kind of gambling monetization system. But like, they're all fundamentally flawed. That's why none of them deserve S tier. There's no such thing as an S tier gacha RNG equipment system. Because all of them are fundamentally flawed in that they take too much time, I would say. Zenless's still takes too much time. right? Even though it's like the least awful of them that I've experienced. What do you want? Oh, I need to fix this. Yeah, sure. What? What do you need me to fix? Go to the mission target. No, it's just nearby here. All right. So I don't know. But I think we need to acknowledge that the reason these exist is because they're part of the monetization structure. That's why they exist, because they are part of the gameplay loop that keeps you playing the game. They are intended to be something that is balanced in a way that like makes you want to keep logging in to continue farming to improve your characters over time. But they want to not be so awful that they make you stop playing, right? They need to ride that edge. That's an ideally designed RNG equipment system from a balance of player experience and the experience of the company making them, because they want to make sure the players are still playing the game, right? That you need to walk that line of enjoyable but not miserable. So miserable that it makes people quit the game. And for different kinds of people, they have different tolerance levels for what kind of implementation you have. Many people, I'm sure, stop playing Genshin because of the experience of their artifact system. And many people, I'm sure, stop playing Woowa because of the Woowa equipment system. I am curious how many people... I'm sure there are people that have stopped playing Zenless because of the equipment system in Zenless. I think if someone stops playing Zenless because of the equipment system in Zenless, that gacha games are just not for them. And that's fine. Gacha games are just not for you. If you can't handle Zenless's gacha equipment system, gachas just ain't for you at all. That's my vibe. So I don't know, right? It's ultimately really a highly preferential thing of like your personal preferences for video games and how much you can tolerate different levels of like grindiness intended on a game design level, right? Because like modern gacha games with like RNG equipment is the modern day equivalent to like, you know, having to grind a JRPG for 10 hours to level up a character, farming mobs in the overworld or whatever, right? Like the time, like I'd say a flaw of Pokemon is how grindy Pokemon is in some of its older games. The newer Pokemon games for completing the story are trivial as fuck. But like in the past when I was a child, my childhood, I spent a lot of time grinding to level up certain Pokemon. Like my favorite Pokemon, I spent forever to grind to really high levels. And I think that is a flaw of the game in that there's a lot of people that can't spend that time doing that, right? And again, like, so different gacha games have different amounts of like that time requirement is, I think, the inherent problem to me. And it also, there's problems in like, you have to be like number aligned in some way. I think you have to have an intuitive grasp on mathematics that a lot of people don't have. like I am surprised as many people care about artifact farming as they do in Genshin. Because of the fact that most people that play Genshin seem to be really bad at math. No offense. Most people seem to have a really bad intuitive grasp of like how math works. And how the artifact system, like how to decide how to level certain artifacts and which artifact you should equip and which artifact you should decide to level, and what your ideal substat combination is. Like if you're farming a ton if you're someone who cares about your Akasha ranking, you should be someone who hopefully understands math a little bit. And I think most of the people that farm for Akasha ranking don't actually understand math. They just understand what stats are the best for getting them a higher ranking. And they don't actually know what's best for them in-game, in truth. And that's fine. You don't have to understand math. I'm just saying I'm surprised that Genshin's artifact system succeeds as much as it does for non-math people. Because one of the main reasons it succeeds for me is because there is a certain level of satisfaction for me for the effort put in thinking about it. Thinking about how to balance certain builds and min-max builds around on a math level to me. Like it has a good balance. I'm like this intuitive feel my way through it, and also do some actual math to verify my vibes of my intuition. But so many people lack like the mathematical intuition to do that easily and naturally, And my brother is a good example of that, right? Or y'all talked about it yesterday, where I spent like an hour looking through my brother's MH artifacts for min-maxing his Risley build, because he told me he wanted to min-max his Risley. And we dumped a whole bunch of artifacts into Strongbox, and like without me being there to be able to like help him pick out specific artifacts that made sense to level and made sense to reroll. Like rerollers and elixirs and Strongbox and like the different ways you can acquire artifacts now in Zenless, or sorry, in Genshin, and rerollers and elixirs existing, that from a min-maxing perspective makes it like really complicated to actually make good decisions. I think like you really need to take an in-depth look at like all the existing artifacts you have relative to one another to decide what makes the most sense to decide to do, right? And after like spending an hour on that, I was able to like significantly min-max and improve his Risley build. Like his Risley build, to be clear, went from a good, very usable. He's not going to notice the difference between this and a min-max build level because he's not the kind of player who can likely notice the difference most of the time, and that's fine. But you know, like he wouldn't have been able to do that, right? He doesn't have that. He doesn't have that baseline intuition, math intuition that I have. That's fine. You don't need that to live. Not everyone needs to have good math, the good simple mathematics like intuition to understand that. I'm just saying like why does my brother farm as many artifacts as he does is kind of my question, right? Why does my brother care? What does he like? And I actually think that represents a game design success level. I don't know why I didn't, whatever. I think it's actually a success on a game design level. The fact that there are people that enjoy farming, like he is motivated to log into Genshin and farm on a you know, not necessarily every day or anything, but farm relatively regularly for his characters, even though he doesn't properly understand the things. I think is actually representative of they've succeeded on some level on finding that balance of like, yeah, it's really annoying in some ways in Genshin, but it also manages to still compellingly keep you logging in and farming, right? Without needing to fully understand it. Even if it doesn't make sense for him to do, right? He still finds that engaging as a gameplay loop. So I actually think Genshin's artifact system, I know it's a hot take, but especially as they've been improving it with elixirs and rerollers existing, I think Genshin's artifact system is pretty well designed. So, B tier. And Wuba's is like a little bit worse in my initial experience. That's all. Oh, we dead. Rip. We have to go play as Wise now.
Is this too much for you?
Yes, please stop hugging me. I hate it. Also, important flashback.
Understand the truth.
ZZZ is hardest to get good discs and substats. I don't understand how that is the case, because I don't know.
An illusion?
I think.
Are you okay? Shifu.
Sorry, I'm watching. Did she see what we saw? Creepo? I don't like characters that can see inside my brain without consent. Like, yo, if you can just automatically see in my brain, if that was the implication there, I dislike you even more. I already disliked you for a lot of reasons. I dislike you more now. You shred. Anyway, sorry.
Great overseer.
Oh, well, Lore is the leader, or Lore is at the Exaltus meeting, not the leader. Brain trip. Lore is here, right there. He's in the middle. He's oh, it's Sarah. Hello. Anyways, they need to remove high rolls and low rolls. I don't disagree. I think yes, the fact that you think Wuwa doesn't have high rolls and low rolls is fucking hilarious. It does. It has really. I think Wuwa actually has more egregious high rolls and low rolls. No, I remember there being. It's probably about the same as Genshin. It's just that the rolls happen differently. But no, there is definitely higher low rolls, because like I remember there being like variants of like you could have a fully leveled 5-star piece have 10% or 12. I think 12% might have been the minimum. Like it went from like 12% to like 25, right, for crit damage. Like it was functionally near equivalent to like getting a bunch of max rolls versus getting a bunch of low rolls. And Wuwa's roll variation is actually, from what I recall, quite a bit worse than Genshin's, because Genshin's roll variation is weighted in a way that's like, it's not perfect. I agree. I agree with the sentiment. One of the things I really dislike about Genshin's artifact system is I hate the role variation. I really, really freaking dislike when you can have like a 4-line artifact that functionally turns line into a 3-line artifact because it rolled 2 low rolls into crit, right? Low rolls, you could have 5 crit rolls into crit. That's essentially equivalent to a 3-line piece that high rolled into crit. In some ways, it's arguably a good thing because it means that you can have variants that like, 3-line pieces can get up into the territory of being as good as 4-line pieces. But it just feels really bad when you get that really rare good artifact and then it just low rolls so heavily. But honestly, like, I think the rerollers existing in Genshin now really mitigate that problem a lot, because if you have that particular artifact that was like that perfect baseline starting of like 4-line double crit with like other good stats, but then it low rolled super heavily, you can reroll that piece now and get higher rolls. So like, I don't know. But yeah, you the Wuwa definitely has role variation, and from what I recall, the chance of getting max rolls in Wuwa was stupidly low. Like, that's probably why you think Wuwa doesn't have role variation, is because the chance of getting really, really good really high rolls is stupid unlikely. If I recall when I did the math, it was like way more unlikely. It was like, I think 3 or 4 times less likely than getting all max rolls in Genshin. I could be wrong on that. They might have tweaked the number since then. I'm remembering something vaguely from a year ago when I looked into it. And yeah, they probably have changed things since 2.0, whatever. Like, it definitely has role variation, and that definitely was, in my opinion, a problem, particularly in conjunction with how awful the energy system is in Wuwa, in my opinion. But anyways,
under the creator's will, all things,
so yeah, Zenless though, I don't know, like 24 heavy. Did you? What about Zenless? What do you mean? Like, why is it hard for you to get good discs? I think you might be getting too focused on CV sometimes. And I think you might be min-maxing more than necessary. Like, man, like every single time I have tried to like be like, is this piece better or is this piece better in Zenless? I have to do like 5 runs against like an actual boss in Deadly Assault before I can even get like an inkling of a vibe of whether or not a specific instance of like this piece is better, even if it like this piece with 2 attack % rolls but 2 less crit rolls or something, or no, a circumstance of like 2 less crit rolls but like 3 more attack % rolls, right? Is more total attack rolls better than having a couple less crit rolls, whatever, right? Most recently I've experienced this in like trying to test a bunch of different builds of like, do I do crit damage slot 4 or do I do attack slot 4 when I'm playing lighter Jafufu Soldier 11 together? What about like pen slot 5? Whatever. And even to the nuance of doing stupid things like using ER slot 6 or instead of attack slot 6. Like, you gotta do pen, man. I don't have a good enough pen piece. I'm sorry. Like, it's kind of shit. It's okay-ge. This is not the worst pen piece in the world. But like, I really don't want to lose 7% crit rate, yo. Like, my crit rate is already like kind of exactly where it's at and what I like it at with the stat bonus up, and it's like I don't disagree. Like, I'm farming woodpecker. I just don't have one yet. I'm not gonna over prioritize it. And I guarantee you, Osorio, my point is, based on my experience already when I tested this pen ratio piece, like, I think the main thing I saw when I tested this pen ratio piece over my attack slot 5 piece was not having the crit rate. Like, I think I saw it perform a little bit worse, but I think it was just that I had 7% less crit rate. So I was critting meaningfully lower amounts, right? I think that was the difference I saw. I don't think I actually saw a crazy difference between pen versus attack %. And like, so this applies to substats, this applies to main stats. Almost every single time, my point is that like, yeah, ooh, look at this. I got this actually relatively recently. Like, cracked piece. Whoa, sick. That's a perfect piece for my Soldier 11. Awesome. Not perfect. I mean, it could have attack %. But like, does it matter that like this isn't that this didn't have crit damage and crit rate, that this didn't have 5 lines of crit rolls? would it have mattered if it had an extra AP roll here instead of its attack percent, or an extra AP roll instead of the crit damage roll, or it was crit rate, crit damage, but only baseline crit rate, crit damage, and 15% attack, right? Like, I don't think it would. I don't think my experience playing Soldier 11 would be meaningfully different. And in fact, in some ways, having these attack stats in the specific circumstance might actually be better than crit. That's a mess I don't want to get into, right? And like, that's my point, is like, I think you might be over prioritizing crit a little bit. I think Zenless has actually been balanced in a way that's like really good overall as far as the relevance of different stats in different contexts. But again, it has to do with the fact that like the skill ceiling in Zenless is like a very, very real thing. And how much skill expression there is depends on the enemy you're fighting and the exact team you're using against said enemy too. So, and that's why like when I have tested different things, it's hard for me to see the difference because like the build itself just doesn't seem to matter that much. It doesn't crazily change the experience whether or not I have a few lost crit rolls or a few lost attack rolls or whatever. I still enjoy the experience of min-maxing the build for the characters I like and play a lot. And it's like my default thing to farm if I don't have a character I'm farming and like leveling up, I farm discs, right? I know Osorio in my chat just kind of defaults to farming Denny's instead of farming discs. So like Osorio, I know you tend to have lower investment builds, but you can get better. Osorio can get better scores than me with lower investment builds than I have in my account because Osorio is a better player, right? And like that matters so much more, and that's a really, really big and important factor for mitigating the problem of the RNG system. Is my point. But the RNG system on its own, it's like not that hard to get usable enough pieces, right? My Soldier 11 is so good, 50 to 100 ratio. Yeah, no, my Soldier 11 is absolutely cracked. She's probably the best built unit on my account now. By the way, I actually got, I farmed on Zenless before wait, did I farm? What is maybe that was yesterday. I don't know. I got this. I finally got a double crit attack percent piece on Hormone Punk. The reason I'm farming Hormone Punk right now because when Yuzuha releases, my Jane should basically always be on an attack slot 6 instead of Anomaly Mastery. But my gosh, I am having a heck of a time trying to get a not cope attack percent slot 6 piece. Like I just want like this piece, but like roll like 2 times into AP, please. Like, oh my god. In some ways, anomaly units are more annoying to. I'd say anomaly units are more annoying to min-max specific pieces for. Like slot 6 pieces are annoying on anomaly units, but fundamentally, it's the same shtick of like you want attack and AP instead of crit, right? Is what most anomaly units are. And pen is okay too, and flat attack is okay. So like the ideal piece here would be flat attack, a 4-line flat attack percent. AP and flat pen, and then all the rolls go into AP and attack percent. But anyways, I think my Jane build right now is a little bit too biased into attack rather than AP, but it's not that big a deal. If it's one thing I need to test, and again, if I test this, like here, I have this physical slot 5 piece. This has it has 3 attack percent rolls and an AP roll, right? So 4 rolls of like the good stats, and also 3 flat pen rolls. This is a pretty good piece. The flat pen rolls do something. They do increase damage. Pen rolls are basically similar to flat attack, generally speaking, as far as how much they improve your character's damage. They're just a beneficial stat, basically never your ideal roll, but you like them as your last stat, and like it can the flat rolls in pen can be a difference maker for why one piece is better than the other. And in fact, the flat rolls in the pen here are why this piece I would say is better than this other piece on as far as stat value goes. Whereas I have this physical damage bonus piece, which has a bunch of HP and only one relevant stat, which is AP. So like it has 27 AP. So the only reason like this 27 AP piece would be better than I think this piece is just because I have so much other attack in my other pieces. I have 12% attack there. I have 2-piece attack. I have 6% attack there. That one's actually good. I have 9% attack here. This one's an AP main stat, of course, so 9% attack. And attack percent main stat. Like I have so much extra attack and not as many AP substats that maybe in this case, it actually is better for me to do this piece. But like, if I go and actually test this, I can almost guarantee you it's going to be barely different. It's going to be almost exactly the same damage. And like, Like, it's just not going to matter. It's not going to matter in practice compared to how good I am at managing the uptime of Jane. What is her special state called? The nod state. Wait, no, that's the enemy thing. Frick. Whatever Jane's special state is when her bar is red. I forgot what it's called. But whatever Jane's special state at passion stream. Yeah. Whenever Jane is in the passion stream state. Like managing Jane properly in the passion stream state is much more important, and like dodging versus parrying at different decisions relative to whatever team I'm playing is all more important than like, is this piece having more attack or more AP better, right? It just doesn't really matter. Like min-maxing so doesn't matter in Zenless. The only reason I do it is because it's my default behavior and I enjoy doing it. I do get the dopamines from the RNG. And I don't have anything else I need to farm for. I am comfortable leaving my account on a level of like, I have enough resources to level a character if I want to level up a character, which is where my account is at right now, where like I don't have such an excess of resources where I can be like, okay, I can go level up Kaleda and Corin and Billy today. Like, no, I can't do that. I definitely can't do that. But I could decide to do one of them and like kind of like very quickly get Billy up to be nearly fully invested in like a week's time kind of thing and be fine. That's where I like my resources being at in Zenless. That's the balance I found. But different players, like if you don't care about the discs that much, because again, it doesn't matter that much. You know, it's more important to maybe spend your time just building a surplus of resources, leveling up these abilities more. But honestly, like, I do think that's the flaw of Zenless as far as the farming experience goes, is the amount of resources you need to put into leveling these is a lot. And also, I kind of wish I think they should give out more hamster cages. Because it's weird. Like, there's a lot of units that's like, okay, this ability isn't that relevant to do a hamster on. But if you play the character a lot, you end up finding circumstances where like, yeah, okay, Soldier 11's dodge counter doesn't matter that much, but I do the dodge counter sometimes and I play Soldier 11 a lot. But it's just like, I only have 10 of these. This is only enough to level 2 characters fully if I do want. So like, I kind of like, it's why she's not quadrupled, even though I like her a lot. What characters are quadrupled? I know Miyabi is quadrupled, and I would argue all of her abilities are, well, no, again, her dodge and assist probably aren't worth, but special alt and basics, yes. Lighter's actually a similar story, funnily enough, where I think there's compelling reasons to actually potentially quadruple him, just to min-max his days, because sometimes he will get dodge counters, and the days from that is potentially relevant. Assists, he will trigger his defensive assist and whatever, and quick assist. Although his quick assist from his blazing flash is not that relevant, but the defensive assist is. So I don't know. Anyways, yeah, Osorio has 0. Osorio, I think, spends basically all of his. So I don't know. I have Miyabi quadrupled. I would like to quadruple Lighter, but I just don't think I can justify it. Lycon is going to stay at 11, 11, 12, 12, I think. Or sorry, 11, 11, 12, 11. Because I actually don't use him that often. I like having him at the investment I have him on. He is very usable and very good, but I don't need to fully min-max him because I don't play him enough. Qingyi, I was doing DPS Qingyi, and there's various reasons to have all these leveled up for DPS Qingyi and for stunning potential, so don't regret that. Jane has basically no reason to. You have essentially no reason to. You are mostly makes sense to do this one. Arguably, I should maybe level up this one, but oh yeah, quadrupled you. Why? Because I liked trigger. This was the most like. All of us have a reason. Again, I think stunners are the weirdest in that stunners have the most circumstances where like every one of their abilities has some circumstances to be leveled up, although not completely. Jafufu's basics almost make no sense to care about. Her dodge counter is also not very important. Her other 3 do have reasons to. Did I say quadruple? Yeah, I meant penta, sorry. You actually, I forgot about you. I should really level up yours more, actually. One thing that's important, that is a good thing, is that anomaly buildup is not tied to talent level, I believe, which is a good thing. I have a bunch of these. I mean, yeah, forget. Take it to 14 at least. There you go. Leave it there for now. But like impact slot 6 on Nicole is a thing. It is a thing people do. So if impact slot 6 is relevant, then her days is also relevant. So like leveling her talents for both her damage and days is actually kind of relevant. But so Kaku I don't actually use enough. I should level more, but you know, yours isn't really that important to go past that. Yeah, so I don't know. It's mostly just the DPSs you play the most matter. I think it's just crit DPSs and stunners. Crit DPSs and stunners do have a problem. Like they take more resource investment than anomalies, I would say, because anomaly units tend to be the units that have the least need to level their talent abilities a ton. But it depends on the anomaly unit. So I don't know. Anyways, there's a lot of resources though, and that goes into doing this. And this is actually like a bigger part of, I'd say, the farming burden over time than the RNG equipment is in Zenless overalls. Been my vibe.
Impossible. The treatment is actually
I see. Dr. Lore was spreading
Okay.
rumors to polar and ultimately perform their ritual.
Repulsive.
Those people. Who make the Exaltus?
So I one thing that Zenless' story fails for, by the way, is like
We can't let scum like them
a lot of the villains they have shown don't have really good motivations to them. Like they seem a little bit too comically evil sometimes, and I think there's a lot of stuff that's like meant to be implied or like unknowns of like, oh, you're supposed to be like asking what is their motivation, why is this person acting like this,
Calm down.
but
We'll settle things with the
on an
Exaltus.
individual, like doing one story sequence to another, it's hard to feel that vibe sometimes over just like this is a comically evil person for no reason. So anyways,
We need to figure out how many victims there
then
are. as
who
soon as
weighed days
possible.
skill with basic attack? Who do you mean?
Realized there might be some leads in the doctor's
Just re-downloaded Zenless should pull for Jufufu. That doctor's a cartoon villain? Yes, that's why I was mentioning it. The doctor is an example of a cartoon villain. Like, why? Why is he being... like, this is just presented as comically evil? I don't know. Mihoyo, I think, struggles in their storytelling with, like, villain setups a lot. I think they do really good when they do, like, personal character story, like, emotional type things of, like, internal mental conflict type things. But then when it comes into, like, doing story setups of, like, having compelling villain setups, tends to be a little worse. So, he's brainwashed by Exaltus, yeah. I don't know.
We'll contact the
Anyways,
union immediately and tell-
I don't think brainwashing is that compelling of a storytelling thing either. But not that brainwashing doesn't exist, but brainwashing only is compelling if like you can understand the context, I think, from which they were brainwashed properly. Like we'd have to get more, like, I don't know, the way that this storytelling could be that could make sense is if like there was a story arc where like we snuck into the Exaltist and like disguise ourselves as an Exaltist and we experience part of the cult, and then our characters in part of being part of the cult, you know, there's a moment of like, oh, we start to understand why the people are aligned with these cultists. They're not just, you know, they're not completely brainless. Like they're being tricked and duped and whatever potentially, but you can start to understand, right? Whereas none of that has been set up, and they usually don't tell stories in a way that sets any of that up, so it's fine. I think it's just a flaw of how they tell stories and not my preference, but it's fine. It just means this is a mostly Skippy-ish story, with paying passive attention to understand the overall plotline without getting too lost in details. Yeah, Trigger story was really good. They did tell that during Vivian's story. Well, I didn't do Vivian's story, sorry.
There's no one here.
Anyways, should you pull for Jufufu? Redownloading is endless. So she's a really good generalist. She's an off-field, mostly off-field unit that stuns. Well, not off-field. She does things on-field, but it's like the coordinated attack thing.
Luckily, we didn't run
It
into
doesn't
any
require
trouble.
any active player input other than switching to her to do her EX special and ult on occasion.
Doesn't look like
Relatively
we're
often.
using speed
And you want a
force.
defensive assistant to her on occasion.
Expect us to
Not
expect
always.
the medicine
You want a
and follow the
ideal
motivated
gameplay. You don't
behind
want a defensive assistant to her at certain times because it can cancel her stun
Take a
at certain
closer
times.
look
So
around.
yeah.
Maybe we'll find some clues.
They told exactly what you said during the Vivian story, LMAO. Well, that's my bad, I guess. I I didn't realize the Vivian story was interlinked to the main story and meant to be a part of the foundation here. It's my fault for not doing one of the character stories because I thought it'd be less connected to the main story.
There's just some cheap.
That's my bad. But the good on them then for doing that. Maybe I'd be more.
Maybe it has a hidden
Maybe I would like this
Some
more.
of my more
Wasn't Vivian's story part of the main story? Well, then I don't know. I don't remember anything about it then. If it was part of the main story, for some reason I remember very little about it. I'm sorry. Probably because I didn't like Vivian's character that much. I like. She felt too much like a
see.
Mimi character for the purpose of like, haha, this character stands a character in game. I stand characters too. That's funny. And I don't know. I'm sorry. That characterization made it hard for me to take the character seriously. So maybe my brain just voided that. I don't know why. That's interesting though. My brain completely voided that from memory.
There really is a secret compartment here.
Like, I don't think I skipped past it. I'm pretty sure I didn't skip past it, but I can't remember any of the details.
Flash drive.
Anyways, oopsies.
It could be a clue. Yeah.
Try to avoid pulling attack characters with anomaly. I can make a free-to-play engine with attack no FTP options. I mean, crit engines don't matter that much actually. They're not that incredible. Like Evelyn's weapon is a side grade, a situational upgrade depending on the team context, situational downgrade. I would argue Evelyn's weapon is a downgrade for Soldier 11 over Brimstone almost universally because of the fact that Brimstone is really good. But also Brimstone is something you can easily get dupes of over time, and Brimstone actually scales quite significantly in its value with dupes. Such that I think Brimstone with dupes just flat out beats out Evelyn's weapon, where you're not going to normally consider getting dupes, but you can actually more seriously consider getting dupes over time with Brimstone. Somehow I have W3 of it, just from all of them from Standard Banner. Yeah, Mercado Desire was free. Hopefully they implement a way to get that in the future, since the event is obviously very done. But anyways, Vivian is like that because Phaethon stopped her from committing suicide. I know that. I do remember that. I do remember that. I understand. I understand what they were going with. Most of the active presentation of it doesn't give me a Vivian really appreciates Phaethon existing, because Phaethon existing is why she exists. It gives me a vibe of creepy stalker. Like, I'm sorry. Vivian gives me vibe of creepy stalker, not someone who appreciates Phaethon. Like, creepy stalker as a side effect of that, but like, I don't know. Yeah, she has layers. I don't know. She's a nuanced character. I understand why you can like her. She just gives me the wrong vibe. I'm still gonna potentially pull for her in a rerun because she works well with Jane. Sound he just made. That was an exaggerated like oinky sound that I did. I did like a pig sound because that's what it kind of sounded like. But no, the voice editor did a good job. It's making me like this character a little bit more. I actually don't know why he's angry though. I've missed some details here. Why is he angry? Is there someone he cares about that is like caught by the cultists? I think that's the vibe I've gotten if I've kept track of things properly. Oh, Paula's daughter. Oh, it's Paula. Oh yeah.
But the priority is to prevent more people from suffering.
Yeah, you're a good boy. Gym bro, good boy. Gym bros are usually good boys. Just a little bit too gym bro. Not all gym. I mean, I think a lot of gym bros are a little. I mean, I think there's probably a tendency for gym bros to be a little bit of like. Ooh, look at that! I just noticed that reflection. Look how nice that looks. Look at that reflection. That's very nice. Wow. Okay, nighttime in this area is really pretty, I will say. This is definitely the prettiest like general like city environment they've made, I think. Anywho's. I've been tricked by Dr. Lore? Yeah. That I got. So anyways, yeah, someone was asking about Jafufu should I pull for Jafufu? I just started playing Zenless. I don't know. She's a good generalist. Like, Jafufu's value is going to be relative to the attack units you can use her with. She can be a pretty generic unit. Obviously, she was made to be really good for Yixuan. She's quite good with Soldier 11. That's where I've been using her. She's good with Evelyn. She is good with Hugo.
Leave it to me.
Here you go.
And from there, you get into, you know, probably any of the other attack units she should be pretty usable with. Like, but a lot of them, like, she's not better than Lighter, per se. But you can also use her and Lighter together. Anyways, that's what I like about doing Soldier 11 with Jafufu. Wait to see the max level temple. Yeah, I've seen it, I think, in a couple bits of footage. Not, like, in-depth or anything.
Don't worry.
It looks quite
Well
nice.
said, but I think we should tell Damien as the person in charge of Wi-Fi Peninsula.
But the workers already hate.
I think Senior
May as well make them hate him
We should do
more.
every. I don't really
Yeah.
trust him either.
Anyways,
Unresting.
which skin do you prefer in Bell? I think I prefer default skin, but
Yeah.
I'll stick with this one for now.
I've never seen
I'm
her
relatively
look on
indifferent
her
towards it.
Could it be that she was a
Impossible.
So yeah, I don't know. I think the main reason not to get Jufufu right now is, like,
Return, Junior Bell.
Yuzuha is probably a more valuable unit, and she's releasing in, like, a day.
Got it. I'll go.
Because you know, you're asking very last minute Jafufu. 16 hours and 13 minutes. Should you ult Jafufu? Yuzuha, yes, is a unit that is best in slot specifically for anomaly. She's made to be an anomaly support, but she still gives damage bonus and 1200 attack to the whole team, and does decent damage. She's like actually does some pretty competent damage herself. Also, yeah, Miyabi is literally coming back tomorrow too. I forgot about that. So like they're rerunning Miyabi with a support that is essentially equivalent to Astra for that's my vibe, by the way. I'm like, because Miyabi's weird. Miyabi is a fake anomaly who is actually an attack unit. It's interesting that the way that they're just doing that for performance reasons, right? You can't see the reflection over here, but you can see it over here. So it looks a little janky, but it's done pretty well. The fade out works well when I walk away, but it doesn't work well when I walk into it. Interesting. I skipped Jafufu because Trigger was good enough with G1 for you. Yeah, exactly. Jafufu is, I think, a pretty well-balanced unit. Not a ton of reasons you really specifically need to pull for her. I like her character. I like the silliness of the very scary tiger, who is just, it makes me tremble in fear. And I have enjoyed having options for stunners for doing different things, and I was very optimistic.
All evil.
I was optimistic about Lighter Soldier 11 Jafufu working really well, in particular, but because like Soldier 11's best team, if you ask most people, is they're still gonna say Soldier 11 Lighter Astra.
Anticipation off stage is the perfect.
And on a spreadsheet level, I think I agree still. It's probably better, but like I really dislike how it plays. I don't know. Like I don't like it very much. But the dynamic but Jafufu
Today's reading is Be Hero.
performs at my skill level at least. Performs very similarly and actually at this point better than Astra does for me. So doing double stunner
Spotlight's about to shine.
with Soldier 11, and in different contexts, obviously it's going to be a little different too. And I enjoy the gameplay so much more. I enjoy the gameplay of Jafufu Lighter Soldier 11 so much more than Astra. And that's also good, because that means it frees up Astra for me. And that's also one of the valuable things about Yuzuha, is if you already have Astra, you might have less reasons to need Yuzuha, which is good, because you already have a compelling attack buff or support, whatever. But there's reasons that the Yuzuha can be like for your Jane, or for your Miyabi, or for your whoever, and then you can permanently free up Astra for your Yixuan, your
The spotlight's
it's another
about to
popular
shine.
attack DPS, Evelyn, right? Or I guess
Ambi.
Soldier Zero, Ambi, right? Like, that's a very good thing. Anyways, I like having options for supportive utility. And I think that as far as like Astra,
Anticipation off
I think the context of Astra versus Yuzuha for Miyabi is the most interesting, because like despite the fact that Miyabi is a fake anomaly unit in that she's mostly a crit DPS, aka you mostly use her damage, and that she deals, most of it comes from not anomaly damage, it comes from like crit based damage. But she uses anomaly mechanics to fuel her damage output, right? You need to be triggering anomaly effects to like get her points, right? She wants disorders happening, and Yuzuha will be better at making that just automatically happen, right? Especially I think for the average player, I think Yuzuha might be a better experience for Miyabi. I think from a min-max gameplay level, Astra won't necessarily be worse than Yuzuha. But Yuzuha also has the context of like Yuzuha might be better than Lycon for mono ice Miyabi. Yeah, she's not an ice unit, but she does ice anomaly and she does frost anomaly. So anyways, point being, I think it'll be kind of interesting to see how Yuzuha is with Miyabi. My suspicion is people are going to find ways to min-max Yuzuha with Miyabi that makes Yuzuha better in a lot of circumstances, and I think she'll just be better for the average player than Astra for a lot of people with Miyabi. But I don't know. For me, I don't know, because like I play a lot of times I'm just playing brain dead really strong team, because like I tend to be like, all right, I'm gonna try to like redo my attempts and play Hugo well, and play Soldier 11 well against this boss, and then for the last boss I'll just brain off and use Miyabi. And it's not brain off, like there's nuance to the gameplay, it's not completely brain off or anything, but Miyabi, it feels enjoyable. I don't dislike playing the team. It's not an Escoffier team. it's not a Escoffier, Farina, Yelan, Charlotte, where I just click normal attack after pressing EQ. So anywho's, what is it saying? But it is like a team I am used enough to playing that is relatively simple to play, which is Nicole Astra. And these are both ether units, right? So I don't know, Yuzuha instead of Astra here is going to be kind of interesting. So I don't know, if I find I prefer Yuzuha over Astra here, that might be kind of interesting, because then I don't really have a team I care about using Astra in very often anymore other than DPS Chingy. So like it's possible Yuzuha replaces all my favorite teams. In my favorite teams, it's possible Yuzuha replaces the relevance of me using Astra. I'm sure I'll get value out of her, to be clear, because like I'll want to use Yuzuha for Jane, and then I'll still use Astra for Miyabi, right? I think Astra versus Yuzuha for Miyabi is going to be very similar at the end of the day. I think from a casual experience, Yuzuha might end up being better for Miyabi, and I think from a hyper min-max experience, it's possible Yuzuha could also be better, or it's possible she could just be slightly worse from a min-max experience. But also from like a min-maxing Miyabi experience, completely min-max Miyabi doesn't use Astra at all. It's Lycon versus Sokaku. Lycon and Sokaku. And Yuzuha doesn't replace Sokaku. Yuzuha replaces Lycon potentially. So, anyways, Astra's still better for Miyabi. I don't think it's as simple as let's do the spreadsheet math. I had a whole freaking ass yap with Zenless and how it's not spreadsheety, and how like player skill and expression matters a lot. And Miyabi's whole freaking kit, her whole kit gimmick is like around you trigger a disorders and then you get points so you can do her full special charge attack. And if Yuzuha makes it so you can mostly just brain off and trigger disorders constantly with Yuzuha, with like Yuzuha plus Miyabi plus whatever the frick you want, right? Like Yuzuha, Miyabi, a lot of other things is probably gonna just, yeah. I was talking about maths. Yeah, I don't disagree on a math level that Astra seems to still be better, because because Miyabi is not actually an anomaly unit. She is an attack unit that has an anomaly skin on her. I think they did a good job. She is something in between. She is neither an attack unit for how they normally design attack units or normally an anomaly unit. She is kind of both. I think they did an exceedingly good job designing Miyabi, with the nuance of her mechanics and like using an anomaly to fuel her crit base damage. And I think a lot of players will find Yuzuha better. Like if my brother gets Yuzuha, I think he would have a better experience using Miyabi with Yuzuha than he currently has how he uses Miyabi, because he drives me insane. And you want to know what I see him doing all the time? Although he has since now been playing Panda and Yixuan all the time, because he got Panda and Yixuan and he likes the Panda. Because he's very casual, he's just playing the characters he likes, right? But before Panda Yixuan, you want to know what he was playing? He was playing Hugo, Miyabi, Lycon. And just like I think Yuzuha would be better for him for Miyabi. Especially because the amount of times he just like, oh, he has 2 stacks out of 6 on Miyabi and then just does a level 1 charge attack. It's just like, oh my god. Like, Yuzuha would be so... And he has Astra, by the way. Like, oh my god. Yuzuha would be so much better for him. So, anyways. To be clear, I'm not going to tell him to pull Yuzuha. Again, his experience with Zenless is just pull the characters he likes, and he enjoys that. And that's good, right? Zenless can be enjoyable on a pull characters you like, and you'll have a good time. And that's a good thing. There's no real need for him to care unless he gets really, really into the combat. So, anyways, and that's fine. I'm just saying, like, if he actually wants to, if he as a more casual player wants to more brain off experience the full utility of what Miyabi does with like her full charge attack, I think he needs to have a team that kind of automatically triggers disorders for him without having to think about it that much, right? Because I think that's his main problem, is like he has to think too much about how he's playing a Miyabi team to potentially try to use some of the Miyabi teams that I suggested he played to actually use it properly. Because I taught him, I showed him, but then he just like doesn't use them, and that's fine because most of the time he's like doing content, doesn't matter, right? But I don't know. I saw him doing Shiyu defense though. I saw him doing Shiyu defense at one point with something like Miyabi, Lycon, Hugo, and I was just like, no. Please. No. No. I understand you're just doing this to get the polys that you can get without thinking about it, but like... just like, either play Hugo with Astra instead of Miyabi, or play Miyabi with... It's just like... I've like told him, I'm just like, play Astra, Nicole, Miyabi. It's pretty easy. You'll have a good time. But like, I don't know. He just never internalized it, never tried. It's just like, it's just painful. It's like,
Although I still now I can finally rest easy.
so I strongly feel for that kind of player. If he wants to get more value out of his Miyabi and just like have a character he uses for Miyabi that makes Miyabi easy to play, Miyabi, Astra, or wait. Well, Miyabi, Astra, Yuzuha kind of sounds funny now that I think about it. How well would that work? But anyway, he likes Lycon, so if he's not using Lycon for Hugo, he can definitely do Lycon, like he can do Lycon, Yuzuha, Miyabi. And yes, it's not gonna be better than Sokaku, but Sokaku has problems in how she feels to play, right? And whatever. So it's really hard to go wrong, I think, with either Astra or Yuzuha for Miyabi. I don't think there's going to be enough difference between the two for most players that the difference is going to come down to the math difference, right? I think the difference is going to come down to how they overall feel to use and how consistently you can use the abilities you want to use. And with Miyabi being you want to do level 3 charge attacks and get to 6 stacks as quick as possible, I think Yuzuha is going to be a better experience for the average player. And she might even be preferable for me. But I suspect for like the Nicole Astra team, I don't think Yuzuha is going to replace Astra for me there. But maybe. I don't know. So my intention is just to get Yuzuha because I want her as an option for if I want to do anomaly DPSing things. For whatever they are, right? Although it's important to remember. That's the teacher? Why does she have horns? Is that horns or are they ears? Is she a fox girl?
Everything was so warm and peaceful. It was like a long forgotten dream.
But yeah. Vivian already used that spot where you've been talking about. Yeah, so like that's the one of the weird things is like with Yuzuha's existence is like other anomaly, like with how anomaly units are designed, other anomaly units are anomaly supports, right? Like Vivian is an anomaly support for Jane in a way, mostly because of her own damage she can deal, right? But like that's kind of how anomaly is designed. Anomaly is designed to be like you do anomalies together and get the disorders and get the damage and whatever, and you get the interaction of the two. So like,
it was a
anyways,
pleasant memory?
And I heard a strange
like
voice.
for Jane,
It felt like
Vivian
it
would have been a
started to
better
go
pull for me
into
than
the
Yuzuha at the end of the day. Like I like even if I'm doing something like more cope, like I don't know, Caesar, Jane, Vivian. Caesar, Jane, Vivian is probably going to be better than than Yuzuha, Jane. I'm having a stroke. Yuzuha, Jane, Bernice. For me, I suspect. But I'm hoping that they'd make changes to Bernice's kit so that there's less of a gulf between Bernice and Vivian in the future.
But it wasn't
And also, I'm
teacher.
hoping they give, like,
It was someone
one big
watching
problem
me
with me being able to play Jane flexibly is, like, the fact that Jane's core passive isn't enabled when you play her with just a support. I really want them to change Jane's core passive so that you can just pair her with a support, and then I can do, like, Jane Caesar Yuzuha. I can do Jane Trigger Yuzuha. I want to be able to, in particular, I want to have more reason to consider doing stunning combos with Jane, but it's so hard to fit a stunner into a Jane team because of her anomaly requirement. So
Couldn't make sense of what was
yeah.
happening because I was wrapped up in
why
the
not just do Vivian Yuzuha? I don't have Vivian.
When you woke me up, I even felt a little frustrated.
Free-to-play
at the
teams for
sight.
Seth you'd recommend? Yeah, I agree with Ailey, Yanagi, or Jane.
It felt like I'd been pulled out of a sweet dream.
Mm.
Teacher and the comforting memories.
For how short that scene lasted, Belle had a lot of thoughts about it. I mean, understandable from context of her. I gotta give them kudos. This is something that makes Zenless story so much more compelling to experience and go through, is the fact that the main characters actually have their own real story progression that happens pretty consistently like
What else
this.
did you see?
The moment
It makes it so much
I
more
saw a
better
strange
that it's not
vision.
just like
You were
boring
talking
blank
to a
slate.
seriously injured person, and that person looked a lot like you.
What?
You saw it. That was a fragment of
Oh,
my
I see.
A fragment of your memory.
So she gave us her
I've
memories rather
encountered
than
miasma,
she spied
but
on
it was all
ours. That's
corrupted
good.
A long time ago.
Better.
They described it similarly, saying they saw beautiful memories from their past.
Okay, the music in the background, it sounds like
The miasma.
I don't know, something about the music in the background sounds a little bit, it was a little bit of Linkin Park vibes of like, what is the song? In the end, it doesn't even matter. Like, not exactly, but like parts of the piano in the background was like, was that vibe? In the end, it doesn't.
Over time,
whatever.
those memories twisted
Miasma
into
taps into memories?
exaggerated
Okay.
dreams, too sweet to let go. Little by little, they were consumed.
So
by
when we get
dreams and
corrupted by
multiple
miasma and our team takes a bunch of damage, it's because we're reliving childhood trauma. So on a lore level, if you trigger miasma fully in combat with Miyabi, which absolute skill issue by the way, because of Miyabi's infinite iframes, you're forcing her to watch her mom die again. Oh, you're full of good memories. Oh, darn.
I see.
Jane Doe really needs to do a big buff.
Suspected that
I don't
the
even really
person
personally,
might
I don't feel I
caused
need Jane to
hallucinations.
get that big of a buff. I want them to do a kit rework so that you can use her abilities a little bit differently. I want her to have more nuance, mostly just like adding some of her Hollow Zero stuff into her actual kit, which is I think is something they will probably do. But on a team building level, the main reason I struggle to use Jane is just because like forcing playing her with an anomaly is annoying as hell. And like, because Bernice doesn't feel very good to use with her on average, I would say.
That's
So-
why when you saw me in that state,
And it's either like, okay, I have to play her with Seth. If I play her with Seth, which it was like, I enjoyed the Seth gameplay dynamic, but it's not that good, right?
That's right.
I
I too was corrupted by my.
if I play her with Seth, then I can do something like Seth, Jane, Yuzuha. But I don't know. I'd really like to be able to do, again, like trigger Yuzuha Jane or trigger Caesar Yuzuha.
The miasma never showed me warm illusions.
Although that team's not gonna trigger any disorders. It's gonna be a little weird. That team's gonna be really weird actually. I don't know. I'll try it, but
Cruel memories?
Belle, do you still remember what I told you? Many of the workers
anyways,
in
now that we're
Pyro
past the like
Peninsula were
initial
once rescued
whatever
by
stuff that
Yunkoi
was going on,
Summit,
the
but
story
after
is
that,
getting a little better here.
Yunkoi Summit abandoned Suebian Temple in Waifei Peninsula and never looked back since.
Trigger Caesar Yuzaha. Did I say Trigger Caesar Yuzaha? I meant like Trigger or Caesar. To be clear, I think I would enjoy Jane Trigger Yuzaha more than Caesar. I think the def reduction and stunning and the gameplay dynamic of caring about stunning would be more enjoyable.
So all of this is the result of our mistake that we made back
And
then.
also notably Trigger. Trigger is interesting in that Trigger can do like meaningful anomaly application. So like I can probably get her to do some kind of weird build where
What do you mean?
like, she's not gonna have big anomaly damage because you need so much crit on Trigger for a kit to work, but
When the old capital fell, Yunkoi Summit was summoned to
there will be
assist the
value to the
military's
disorders, I think. But
operations.
I don't know. Jane doesn't need disorders happening though, right? She's not like Miyabi or whatever. She doesn't need disorders happening to get good damage.
The mission was a failure.
Yeah, I know you like
Jane
Jane, says Trigger. I didn't dislike it, but I gotta play around with it more. I gotta get used to playing it more.
From Hollow Zero alive was me.
What?
As a result, Yunkoi Summit nearly lost its even though Yijiang died. She was still held accountable for her leadership. Yunkoi Summit withdrew from Waifei Peninsula. Tops took over.
So
I
the
have
person
kind of
saw
clicked
in
through
my
a bit too much of
memories.
Yishuan's dialogue. Was there any compelling dialogue from Yishuan I missed before this point?
She was Yijiang.
Because one reason I didn't want to do the story while Yishuan's banner was still running is I didn't want to run the risk of liking Yishuan's character. I already like hate her design, but
Something's going on outside.
I didn't want to run the risk of liking the character in the story, making me want to pull for her. So that's why I didn't want to do it beforehand, and then I just had other things going on.
Check it out. As for the
Didn't
rest
mean
of
to
the
wait
story,
until the last minute, but point being, I haven't really seen anything that compelling that I like about Yishuen on a characterization level. She's still relatively boring to me, and that's fine. And I hate her design still. To be clear, I like the bird. The bird is really cool, and I like the inky. I like the aesthetics. Like, it's a bit much visually, to be clear, at times when you're playing her. Like, visual effects vomit on the screen everywhere. But
This is bad. Their corruption's flaring up.
I as I've used her at various forms of trialing her, I do enjoy it. So, if only I didn't hate her design. One of these. As far as puzzles go, I like these. I like this adjust the curve thing. Good, simple, interactive. Not really. They're not that much puzzles. They're just like. I guess they are puzzles. I don't know. They're weird. They're barely puzzles. I don't know if it doesn't make sense to describe them as puzzles to me. I don't know why. Anyways, memories of traumas because she hates how her sister. Okay, I see. I do think there should be a way to speed up this a little bit, maybe. But I'm almost done with the story. Really? That's all there was with the story.
There are more
Most of the story was just that I thought there'd be like more area to explore because like, why is the it's a power line. I was like, why is the ground sparking? Hello. Okay. What is that? Did not cross through the number one? There we go. Okay. All the open areas are unlocked after the story, and some others are the temple. That's annoying. Okay. Because part of the reason I was doing the story was trying so I could try to complete the exploration event. Oh boy, I guess I'm gonna have to forgo some Prima Gems, I guess.
This is what everyone come closer.
I think it ends... Wait, how we can check, but whatever. I do want to actually pay attention to the story right now.
Take these marks, go in different directions. Once you're set, I'll use ether resonance to neutralize. Let me know when you're all set.
Understood.
Great. Let's get moving.
I think part of the reason I don't find some of this plotline with this the Yunquei Summit is that I don't find there's not. I mean, Zenless's powers, the character powers in Zenless don't have any compelling exploration, generally speaking. It's just a suspension of disbelief thing at the end of the day. But I don't find the presentation of like, yes, the talismans and whatever to give. I don't know. I don't find it
I'm all set, Shifu.
compelling. This is like, this character is strong because talismans and things. I don't know. It's never been something. I know it's like, you know,
I'm ready to.
I know what it's inspired by and whatever. I get it, but it doesn't translate to me properly to magic powers. Is what I'm saying.
Shifu.
I can believe that Jafufu is strong because she's scary, ferocious tiger who is trained in martial arts.
I'm in position 2.
This is very visually pretty, by the way.
Good. It's about time.
But Yixuan is just strong because she knows the magics. It's like, okay. Exploration event is done with what you just had to do in the story. Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
Everyone, get ready.
Don't fall.
Formation.
Formless air gathers. Corruption is purged.
Hello, lightning. Don't drop them.
My child. You're okay. Subsided.
Yixuan power isn't magic, it's Ashikai. That sounds like magic to me. It's not magic, it's called a different word. Okay. I wish to, now that I rule the world, I wish to decree that magic exists, and it's named Shubidoops. No one is allowed to say any character has magic powers because they have Shubidoop powers.
And those folks suffering from corruption are going to be okay
I'm
too.
like, my point is, you're saying a different word, but we're talking about the same thing. When I'm saying magic, I'm just saying she has unexplained powers that don't really make sense to me, right? That's all. Yeah, magnets are magic. Ashikai is the name of the YouTuber. Oh, I thought you were saying Ashikai is the name of like where her power comes from. Well, thanks for the giggle, I guess.
I never knew Yunquei Summit.
I've got to teach it to me later.
Either way, they're very much presented as she has magic powers type things.
Pretty please.
Like oh, the presentation of when you're exploring the thing and she's teaching Belle, like, oh, Belle, resonate with the ether waves. Okay. How? Magic. Like that, there wasn't a how asked there. It was just, Belle, listen to the ether waves and sense them, and then you can remove these objects from existence and follow the path. Like, anyways, it's fine. It just doesn't have the proper explanation in the story that I've experienced thus far. it doesn't mean my complaining. It does not mean that the explanation doesn't exist.
Shifu.
I am complaining about the baseline presentation failing for me, not that it doesn't exist at all. The black is the black liquid she's using Pharaoh fluid. Is Yishuan just magnets? Is Yishuan just magnets and she's using Pharaoh fluid? That'd be funny.
Are you okay?
Pharaoh fluid with a bunch of gold flecks in it.
I'm fine. Just decide if my condition worsens, follow Val and continue. She may have joined later than the rest of you.
Shifu!
Yeah.
Go and help the remaining. I need to speak to her.
Okie dokie. Rip Yishuan.
Shifu, are you okay?
I absorbed the ether into my body with that technique.
Give a watch to Asuka. I'll try to remember. Yeah.
So,
What? Shifu, you'll be corrupt.
most techniques from Yunquei Summit work this way.
Mm.
After all, saving lives has never been a trivial matter. When the miasma hit me earlier, the hollow expanded and the city fell. By the time one by one, they sacrificed themselves in places no one will ever know. In the depths of the hollow, I found she was...
The former high preceptor of Yun...
Yes, she gave everything she had for the...
Shifu.
Ever since I
Rip.
got hit by the miasma, those cold...
So that's what happened. No wonder.
During that hopeless mission, and I was the last
I'm so sorry, Shifu. But you should wrap...
Yeah, I'm a little tired.
Okie dokie. Rest. In peace. I just wanted her to rest peacefully. Not, you know. Go to mission target. Talk to Fufu. Oh, I pressed the V. This is a... something about the minimap existing, like... well, no, I think... I hate the friggin' mapping system. I hate it. I'm sorry. Having gone through the story with, like, oh... Like, I was willing to postpone some of my complaints about it. I'm pretty sure when I pressed V before, it just, like, you know, did a... Hey, head in this direction thing in my, like, in my peripheral vision, right? It, like, highlighted this dot here or something. Am I misremembering that? Because I feel like I used to press V and that's what it did, right? It would pop up the thing on my periphery. Now when you press V, it opens the freaking map. Or maybe it just didn't exist at all. Yes, it either didn't exist at all, and now that it exists, it opens the map constantly. And so it's probably a bad Genshin habit. Yeah, it's you know, that is what it is. It's now that the V thing exists, my brain is pressing it when I'm doing quests, and it's a bad Genshin habit, but it opens the freaking map. It's not, I don't know. I have not found a single instance where I felt like I needed this map. And it's and when I had to use it to, like, navigate around, it's been annoying. So yeah, mostly that was when I was doing a little bit of the story, and then I teleported out to do, like, dailies and whatever farming things, and I had to teleport back in. I had to, like, navigate through the map to get to where I needed to go, and it was a pain in the ass. It's just not very good. I actively think they made the UI of this game substantially worse by adding this mini-map and adding this map. And, like, I just... Yeah, like, oh yeah, teleporting to the same spot you're at, yeah. I'm sure there will be, like, minor instances where, yeah, it'll, like for the exploration, like, when I go back to go and find the chests, the fact that the chests are showing on the map will make it easier to get the chests in a smaller amount of time. I don't personally need that because the map is already not big enough, and it's not, like, open enough. It's relatively linear of just, like, finding specific branches. Like, I think on an exploration level, I'd prefer not having a map. The fact that the map is there is just going to make me, like, not get as much interactivity and, like, feeling like I found it, instead it's just going to be like, go to where the map says to go. I just, do I not do account reviews anymore? Are you talking about account fixings? I do them. There should be a video coming out soon. And I plan on doing more live stream wise them soon, but I don't know. I've been there. The long and short is I've been sleepy. Larry, I've been sleepy. I've been tired in general lately, not just literally sleepy. Sleepy is different from tired. But and it's been hard to motivate myself to do some edited videos. That's all. And also, account fixings. The last few account fixing videos I made didn't perform very well. So, like a lot of people were asking, "Hey, do you do account fixing videos anymore?" And like, they just didn't watch the account fixing videos. So like, I don't know what to tell them. Like, you know, you're asking me why don't I do the thing that I did recently? To be clear, I haven't done one recently right now, but I have one in my back pocket that just needs to be edited. So, yes. But account reviews where I just do like UID reviews, those are not account reviews. Those are looking at characters and vaguely guessing things and recommending ways to improve characters for people, or just letting them flex things if they want to flex things, I guess. Those I should do more, because they literally make me money, but they're also, again, tiring. And I haven't had the energy most of the time to do anything other than just like vibe Yap streams lately. So, Yuzuha trailer dropped 20 minutes ago. If you want to watch it, maybe we can watch that to end the stream.
I knew it. Maybe they were the Eric.
Although I'm tempted to do an Umamusume career to end the stream.
The union is I contacted them earlier, but they just scoffed.
Seriously?
I appreciate how low pressure the game is right now, where I've done like a career or two a day, I think. And I played the game probably more than I should have, but oh, it's an EP. Oh, okay.
You're just their puppet. They're using you.
But it also, like, I don't feel that much pressure to like use up the full resin equivalent every day in horse game, because the careers take too long. Like, they take too long and you don't get that many rewards from doing a ton of careers in one day. So it's like not that relevant to have to like min-max your resources is my vibe right now. Like, I'm sure you can, and I'm sure there's value to doing it for progression and whatever. I understand the gameplay loop of Umamusume at this point and why you'd want to do that, but it takes enough time and it just doesn't matter from like a single player perspective.
You're right.
So
Dr. Lore is an immensely influential figure now.
I can't believe this.
uh-huh.
Yet in the end, we were just pawns being used. This is
Uh-huh.
all my fault.
Quit mumbling and beating yourself
Can we go
up.
murder them now?
What we need
Sorry.
right now is a plan to fix the problem.
They're planning to gather in the hollow tonight.
No.
They say it's to prepare for a large-scale protest.
They're gonna protest in the hollow. What are they protesting?
Gathering in
Like
hollow.
the mining?
Something's not right. Maybe the
I assume that's what they're part.
probably trying to use the protest as an excuse to lure more.
Uh-huh.
We have to find a way.
Let's go smack him.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Been a while. I've already heard what happened. I'd always suspected Dr. Lore's motives weren't so simple. With things the way they are now, clearing up the... And I just got word that several anti-corruption medicine supply points in the Hollow were destroyed earlier today.
Okay.
I wouldn't put it past the.
Yes, it won't be easy to clear up the... So, I have a favor to ask. Would it be possible?
You mean you want us to manage the?
That's right. Please, rest
Damien
assured,
playable trust?
will be provided by the city authorities and distributed to all
No.
citizens for free.
So one thing, you know what, minor complaint with recent Zenless patches. NPCs lately have been looking more NPC. And primarily, I believe the reason I can feel that more than I used to, like, so one of the things I praised about Zenless, like with its launch, was how cohesive NPCs and playable characters felt. Like, they all felt part of the same world. It didn't feel like Genshin and Starro, where like playable characters look like aliens in the context of relative to what the NPC designs look like. They look like different species. And it's not like, it doesn't feel very cohesive on a design level, whereas Zenless did succeed at that. Because like, I would say like the detail put into mini and NPC design seemed equivalent, like Orchidea or whatever. It's not like there's not detailed NPCs, but I think clearly they have obviously focused their development resources not into NPCs design, and their outfits in particular I think are relatively low detail. So any character that has like a relatively low detail outfit, I think is not a playable character, or they're not going to be playable maybe yet for a while. Like if Damien's playable, he's going to have to get a new drip. Get some new drip.
Anti-corruption medicine. That'll cost a...
Yes, I can spread.
Let's do it then.
But they all have like really pretty low detail outfits is all it comes down to, I think, is what I've noticed.
We'll also try to find a way to stop.
Thank you.
And
I'll leave.
it's unfortunate because that is one of the things I think was really good about Zenless before, is the NPCs felt all like they felt like they had about the same amount of detail in their outfits, generally speaking. And I think you can see a little bit of this vibe, funnily enough, because I think with some of the different new outfit NPCs versus some old outfit NPCs, wherein I believe there's some specific NPCs they've tried to make particularly more detailed in their outfits. Like you know, that dude and the girl over there. But I kind of get vibes, even things like this construction worker outfit I think might have been like something designed for 1.0, where there's more design on it. But then the outfit for like Damien is, or like this dude, right, is relatively lower detail. I don't know. It's not bad. It's not really that much of a problem. It's still a lot better than other games. But let's go to the protest. What the? Okay, we're already here. See, this is the problem with this. All I had to do was interact with this. Anyways, they're still doing a good job with the NPC designs overall, especially like when we're in a like a crowd here, whatever, in the city. I think it still looks cohesive, and that's more important. But when we're in like the cut scenes, like we were before in conversation with Damien gave hard NPC vibes, right? And I think it was just because of his lower detail outfit. But I don't know. I could be wrong. I know some people think the Yunkei Summit dude, I forgot what his name was. Sorry. Is potentially playable, but like again, I think he needs a different outfit. He's actually a better example, maybe, of like, wow, compare that to Pan Yinhu's and Jafufu's outfit and Yixuan's, and like it's just like for some reason he got the Walmart version of the outfit, and Belle's, right? Like Belle got a nice uniform, Jafufu has a nice uniform, and it's all cohesive, where like they all look like they're from the summit or whatever, like similar design motifs. And then he technically looks like he's from here, but then his outfit was a hand-me-down. His outfit was like, is he a trainee? Wait, no, Belle's the trainee, right? Why is his outfit purchased from Walmart, right? And because he looks like an NPC. I don't know. He doesn't give me playable character vibes, but he could be playable. But maybe he'll just have a new outfit in the future. They could do that.
I knew it. They've been waiting for this moment.
That's not all.
Okay.
It also turns out he was the one who contaminated the medicine from the beginning, making it. The corruption incident in the Hollow was several data observation points in the Hollow. I compared them with the documents from the.
By the way, where's Fairy gone in the story? Like, I feel like Fairy would have been helpful here, no? For all these things going on with the Exaltists. Isn't like one of the plots they set up initially is that there's like 4 Omega AIs, and that like why has Fairy been voided for from the story when that was like one of the fundamental plot points they had like implied to be setting up in the beginning of the story. I don't know. It's weird.
I bet the Exaltists were setting something up.
Maybe they're reworking. They're probably just reworking how they want to tell story with Fairy. But anyways.
Unbelievable. The Exaltists have been laying the groundwork in secret, using the miasma to mask their true objective.
Jafufu's a senior and he's a junior? Yeah.
They even used us to infiltrate the abandoned areas to find evidence. Oh, can you help me check the current status of those spots with unusual...
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. If we head there now...
Okie dokie.
Good. We've got him now. Thanks,
He's
Wise.
watching TV modes. Yeah, no TV mode, no need for Fairy. Yeah. They can still figure out how to integrate Fairy. I don't know. Like, all they have to do is be like, oh, hey, we got Fairy in a phone now, right? we have Fairy in an MP3 player now, right? So that's all they have to do. They can can write their way out of this. Like you don't need the TV mode for Fairy to be a thing plot wise, right? And I think having Fairy as part of the dynamic with the twins is good.
Well done. Shifu made the right call putting you in charge.
And right now it kind of seems like Fairy is just taking a backseat of like Fairy is like part of what helped Wise find this information or whatever, but wasn't actually here and doing anything. But yeah. I remember they had like very small amount of lines. I don't remember what they were even. But.
Too bad Shifu can't come with us.
No, it's fine.
Senior.
Yeah, see, like look at it. Look, like there's so much less detail in his outfit. It's not terrible. Again, it's decent. It's better than Genshin. A lot better. But I don't know.
Okay. As much as I'd love to join in and help take those bastards down.
Whoa, those bastards.
Rest assured, I'll make sure to give him a few extra punches on.
All right, let's go, Fufu. Am I forced to use trial, Fufu? Yep. Rip. Okay.
Fufu's here.
You're forcing me to use the panda, and the panda doesn't buff anyone I have. It's cool. Thanks. Can I use? No, I can use my Fufu. Oh, let's freaking go. Oh, wait, never. Okay, I thought I had to use them. I didn't have to use them. Good. All right, we can do. Rar. Where's Soldier 11? Am I blind? There she is. Okay. Bap. I thought for some reason I couldn't. Because in earlier parts in this story, it forced me to use whatever the trial characters were, so I thought I couldn't. But
analysis of the abnormal data shows that the careful everyone.
Don't worry, we have Inu.
Got it, Senior.
Or must be nearby. We gotta find him.
high entropy alloy. I think this is all crap I need for all the development stuff. Looking around, getting the getting the vibe with things. Okay, didn't expect a stun.
Finally, all clear.
We are in like the open. We are in the open area, aren't we? Yeah. Okay. I'll just follow the waypoints. Trying to get done with the story here. Do exploration on my lonesome later to finish up whatever in this. I need to try to finish. Yeah, there's a bunch I haven't touched. Okay. There's not that many rewards for this. I didn't even look at it before. It's like, what is that? 1, 10, 10, 20. There's probably achievements you get with this, though. Well, those are probably permanent, but 40, 80, 180. Okay. So there's like this is the typical like 480. I don't know. Not the end of the world if I miss out on some. I'll try to get most of them though. Takes like 30 minutes. Alright, sounds good. That's good.
Those are the Exaltist supplies.
The shop owners have weapons in the files, yeah. Maybe they're intending for, I don't know, Orchidea being playable would be cool, I guess.
It's a trap!
They have car batteries on them. Hello.
What but perfect timing.
What great
One character's probably not playable. Dr. Lore. Gotta assume.
After the old capital, but look at them. Many knew the risks. Yunquei Summit.
You twisted freak!
Just roar at him. He'll run away. With his tail between his legs.
With no choice. Summit. Go on. Struggle. Try.
And bam. Shifufu's chain attack is fantastic. Alright. Alright, thought I was gonna trigger a... Okay. Damn. What about the line on this NPC? Is an enemy? This NPC an enemy or just antagonist? What?
Great overseer. Please wait. I've completed the mission you
I think he's just an antagonist, but
I've done even more than what you asked for.
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. Sorry. See them throw hands in the cutscene. Yeah, that would be nice. It would be cool, kind of cool to see them animate these a little bit more. But I assume they don't rig the NPCs in the same way.
Now is the perfect time to prove your devotion.
Oh, like poker game. Oh yeah.
Overseer Mevera.
Oh, wait, what are you doing?
Oh no, that's never happened in this game before. I like what every antagonist just turns into an ethereal. Like,
great overseer, one of our gathering point, but there's no need to worry.
or turns other people's into an ethereal.
With you here to guide us, the ritual.
Yes, only through the creators were true.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think Dr. Lore. And who was the great Is there really? That seems to be Dr. Lore was the one. I suspect that the real height right now, our top priority is, and if it comes to the agreed, but
We'll be fine. We have Ferocious Tiger.
how is she?
Priest is male or female? Could be either.
It seems like her condition.
I don't know. Probably female.
We don't have much time. Oh, wait, Belle.
But
Shifu just got through. She's like a kitty that just got over a nasty cold. One wrong word and she might.
okay. Are we gonna be forced to play the Yuchuan again? Did he just wake up? Does he wake up automatically when I walk by? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's like when your cat or dog is sleeping, and you get up, and then the dog like suddenly the pet suddenly jumps awake. You're just like, oh, I'm sorry. I just had to go to the bathroom. Like,
Shifu, you're
I just had to talk to the bathroom.
Don't worry about it. Just focus.
That won't be necessary. Don't dodge my question, Belle. The Exaltists are still trying.
Yeah. We shut down. Dr. Lore was lost. The protest against Tops will be starting soon. I'm just.
From the look on your face, no need to hold back.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Lore said their overseer note even mentioned the time Yunquay Summit nearly lost everyone, and
Jafufu's a spy.
people know what alleviating. He said trying to stop the ritual is pointless. Shifu, don't let it get to you. He even walked into the miasma and let himself get corrupted. He had
That's enough. Yunquay Summit sacrificed an entire generation of disciples to save those, and we mishandled it. Belle, do you remember what I told you before?
I remember.
My sister and I grew up as orphans on the streets, begging and digging through. But even in the most difficult of times, we never left each other behind.
Until she died.
We promised we'd live a good life someday.
Sorry.
And see the world. But after we joined Yunquay Summit, everything changed. It was all because of the Qingming sword.
A spooky sword
The Qingming
with magic powers.
Yunquay Summit's most prized relic. A blade
Okay.
that grants its wielder the ability of a void hunter.
Do all the void hunters or void hunter power level people have spooky blades? Was there a name for the blades? I forgot the stuff with the Miyabi story with her sword.
Some gifted wielders can even. Every high
been a while.
preceptor receives the sword as a symbol of their position.
I assume
Something that
there's
powerful?
a specific
Sure it
group of
You're right.
there's a Eel, the anime trope of a set of swords with magic powers, demonic blades. Yeah.
Wielding it
Use a high
took
EPS
all of us to avoid
photosensitivity
memory.
epilepsy
That's
warning.
how my
Okay.
Shifu died, overusing the sword during a danger.
Losing your senses and memories?
Don't worry, we've dealt with one before.
That's why she and I began researching techniques based on the Qingming sword. She became busier with her duties as High Preceptor.
Okay.
She told me, as long as the Qingming bird is by my side, it's like she also promised that she would never act like our Shifu.
Is the
She
bird a
would sacrifice herself in
manifestation of the
exchange.
sword?
However, when the old capital fell, she pushed herself past the brink, fighting with. By the time I reached her, she had exhausted every bit of energy. I could only stand there and watch watch her die right in front of me. After the wielder dies, the sword's power goes berserk and affects everything in its vicinity.
It's a spoopy looking sword, by the way. It's like all misty.
My last memory
I assume that's
of
the
her,
sword in her hand.
She turned to me with a vacant look in her eyes and asked, "Who are you?" My sister
Wow.
had
Brutal.
completely forgotten me.
I'm so sorry.
Some like accelerated
When I
Alzheimer's.
was consumed by the miasma, in my memories, she was always staring at me with that. My sister said something to me in her final moments, but sometimes I really wish I knew what she said to me. And I'll never know if she felt any regret before she passed. What she did broke my heart. It was devastating. She abandoned me only to meet. But then, when I recently returned to Waifei Peninsula, they're struggling, barely scraping by. But this hope, it came from her. I still don't understand why she abandoned me but now, I know one thing. I can't let you
Okay.
gather everyone and have them meet
Fair
me at the
motivation.
entrance of Swaby. It's time to put an end.
Yeah, makes her character a little bit better.
A bunch of workers went into the hollow to join the protest. I tried to talk them out of it, but no one would listen. Rumors are spreading about me being bribed by Porcelumix. At this point, we're all that's left.
You do look like someone who'd get bribed.
I knew there was a mastermind.
What do we do? Should we? But Shifu's not doing.
Senior, calm down. Shifu wants us to meet her at the entrance of Swabian Temple.
Yeah. Holy, there's a lot of people here. Why are they all here? Are these people supposed to be gathered too? I assume so. She said all of us. I assumed it was all of us, like the people from the temple, not like...
Shifu, are you alright?
I'm fine. There's no need to worry.
It's a heckin' anime angle.
Belle told me what happened. Dr. Lore was telling the truth. When the old capital fell, the 12th High Preceptor Yizhang, we've already sacrificed, and now, the Exaltus Overseer has been scheming in Lemnian Hollow for a long time. If I lead you, some disciples may even lose their Yunquei Summit will not make the same mistake.
Shifu, are you saying we're just going to...
Ishan Shifu, please, you have to help them. Yeah!
No, you misunderstood. I won't repeat the mistakes. If the situation takes a turn for the worse, all disciples are to... Yishuan, the 13th High
Yoldi,
Preceptor,
I will sacrifice myself.
I will do
Okay.
everything to eradicate the Exaltus and restore. On the night of the old capital's fall 11 years ago, Yunquei Summit, we did it then, and tonight we shall do it again.
Okie dokie. Sounds like a plan. Good plan. Glad you had to gather everyone to be like, I don't want you to die. Leave me behind if need be. That was not exactly what I was expecting from her gathering everyone. It's fine. I guess it makes sense in the context of the story. It's not a problem. It's just not what I expected. It's fine. It's a pretty looking area. Node Cry teaser in 5.8 stream, presumably, yeah. I'd be surprised if they didn't tease it. But yeah, this bird flying around is the best thing about Yishuan. It's just a cool looking bird. It's got a creepy eye in it. Anyways.
Belle, I'm at the site, and I've told everyone about the situation. I managed to get some of them to leave. There are still a few stubborn ones who won't think of a way to win their trust. Belle.
Yeah, why is this right? How about we clear out the miasma around?
Got it. I'm counting. There might be
Something's going on up ahead.
I thought I'd... Oh, it's just a bomb. I see. No. Save yourself. Don't have any energy.
can connect. Swift yet still.
Gave me a scare! To the sky! Those ethereals were trying to ambush us!
Looks like there's someone over there.
Puzzles. Hello. Shouldn't have skipped past that. That was kind of accidental. Okay. Yep. I get it. Press the wrong button. Oops.
Wise. How are they?
Okay.
Nothing, so maybe
I figured I was mostly good to skip, but
That's very likely. We'll keep clearing
dialogue just seemed a little bit more important here recently, so you know, wasn't skipping through as much.
The person just now said there's something dangerous around here.
It's a dude. Okay.
See it for myself.
Oh, he summoned a pupper. How nice of him. I like puppers. I'll figure it out.
Sure they were talking about?
Coming our way. This one is kind of tricky.
She would get her energy up faster, but oh well. Oh god, your chain attack's way too long.
Reality and illusion. Let's make this quick.
Let's take her out first.
You're summoning a lot of crap.
Spirit and form. Your fate is sealed. Here comes it. What a nuisance.
That's a wait. Oh. Okay, sorry. That I thought that was a like it was standing on this ledge somehow. I think I thought it was a big dog. I don't think it was. I think it was just standing on the ledge. It was just positioned in a way I thought there was a very big version of it that is scary. But no, it's just purple.
Obliterate form and spirit.
Maybe they are a little bigger. I don't know.
An opening. Reality and illusion.
No, I don't have energy. Okay, am I supposed to be doing something, by the way? I did skip past like what is somebody doing. I feel like there is indefinite enemy spawning here.
Swift yet still. Clear yet murky.
Okay, there.
What exactly are the Exaltists
Oh,
planning?
never mind. Okay. Well, if there was indefinite enemies, I solved it.
It's over there. Watch out for the miasma. Some kind of ritual.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks. Wow, they pitied me? What do you mean?
A lot of miasma around here.
Soar with the wind.
There's a heavy stench of miasma in the air. Maybe we'll find some clue. There should be a clue somewhere around here. Watch out! A bunch of ethereals are heading this way.
Please? I can't yoink that? Well, okay. Well.
Yeah. Allow me. Something's
Can you shortcut to Panda's EX? Instead of doing his parry, I think, right? Yeah, so I think I was using him a little wrong. That's fine. I switched to... There we go. Okay. I thought I was within targeting range. I was not. You wasting all here is silly. That was more. Oh, I had to defeat the guy? Okay. I just happened to not be attacking near wherever the guy was. Okay, maybe should have used ult here, but... Seems unnecessary.
Good. That's the last of them.
Do different areas, like, in the maps only have one specific collectible? I thought there was different things I'd need.
Found it. It's here.
Didn't you say I was almost done, by the way? Like, I was considering stopping, and then I was told I was almost done. I'm not getting almost done vibes, other than like, well, now I am, to be clear. I think once we reach whatever the end of this is, but
But the clues we've gathered so far aren't enough. We need to.
Master, an abnormal
that collectible skips grind on the temple. Oh, okay.
Energy signals?
Around here. Seems to have dissipated.
I thought there were different types of things for crafting and whatever at that.
Be careful, you guys. There's a lot of miasma coagula here.
Miasma coagula.
It looks kind of gross.
Coagula is a fun word.
I definitely don't want to touch it. We gotta rescue the rest of them and stop the exaltists.
Oh, hello. I can't walk up there? There's people up there. Okay.
Yeah, it's time to teach them a lesson. Let's find that basement first.
What, do they just shoot flares?
The exaltists are around. Here comes creep.
Here. No, all. Very necessary. Sorry, I just thought it'd be silly.
Preparing for the creators' gathering, or was it a feast?
Neither.
I think we
I
can
think
go
they
that
called
way.
it the creator's refinement.
Everyone, watch out!
Hello.
Allow me my turn. Breaking through.
An opening. Leave it to me. Swift yet still, clear yet murky. Recon! Watch out.
Please, interest.
Whoa, something weird over there.
Is that where I came from? That's where I came from. What is that? Is that seed? Don't think so.
These are experiment logs for the medicine? What in the world are the exaltists up to? Is this a report on turning live animals into miasma? Wait,
Turning animals into
those
miasma.
refugees
Alright.
earlier,
Now I hate them.
Are they all test subjects? So they're holding this ritual to turn all of those people into miasma?
Okay.
Bell, I got it's just as we thought. The exaltists hit
That was a video I took? Wasn't that like a Pentax camera? Or whatever? Like the Insta-film camera?
Great. I'll leave the
Like a
evacuation
camera that
to you.
prints out a
We'll
photo
sort
on
it
film?
out.
That's what it looked like.
Once we get everyone out of there, we can go all in and give.
I like me funky looking cameras, but that was a funky looking camera that looked like a specific kind of camera that doesn't do video.
That's great, Belle. They're finally willing to evaluate.
By the way, whenever I see their like in-universe font or in-universe language, it just makes me wish there was a language option in the game to be that. I think it's just like a one-to-one symbol replacement, to be clear, of letters, most likely. Like, I think you can translate. It's not, because it's not a real language, you can just translate it directly. But probably to Chinese, I assume, but not Chinese writing. Or maybe it's a one-to-one to English, I don't know. Point being, I kind of want to have the ability to change all the in-game text to be the in-game language. It's so rare that like games do something like that, and I think it would have been just like a cute little silly nice touch that I'd like to see, but obviously not something that you should default to. Is this the Spook Shack? Oh. Is what is that Pokemon name? Guzzlord. That's what this dude reminds me of. Guzzlord. But more cool looking. Bro, chill. I should have waited, but yeah, there we go. That's why I should have waited, but it's in story. We're fine. Doesn't look spooky enough to be the Spook Shack to me. What is this? Oh wait, I'm stupid.
All right, the power's big. Looks like this might be an example. Real?
Don't worry, Fufu.
Don't say it. Let's hurry up.
What? How do I get in there? Oh, it's just on the other side. Okay. I figured it out. It wasn't that complicated. Hello, friends.
This device. Huh? Anyway.
Okay.
This thing has miasma residue in it.
You're right. But this is not the time. We can get the mayor's help.
Okie dokie.
The Exaltist's fooled. Gotta stop that ritual before they hurt anyone else.
This is a longer section than I kind of expected. I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts on it? For anyone that's gone through this section, I don't have meaningful thoughts right now. It's like just kind of a overly long stretch here of whatever. It's fine. I think they have done this to try to like pace out the story a little bit better. And I think it's working kind of well. Not perfectly, but. This is their alternative to the TV mode. I think this is equivalent to the TV mode. I think in some ways the TV mode was more engaging by having puzzles potentially in it, but they never really made it that engaging. Instead, they just abandoned it. This is just, yeah, having random things to do in between story sequences. Fighting enemies and whatever, it's fine. I like the TV puzzles more. Yeah, that's kind of my vibe too, but I'm also remembering things from a while ago at this point. It's been kind of I don't hate it. Don't love it so far. As far as like, if this is how they're gonna do the main story from now on, I think it'll get a little bit tedious, is what I'd describe it as. Like, I feel like for what story has been told here, it's spent a little too long telling it. So we fight the boss here finally. That's the end. Seems like a boss arena, that's for sure. That looks like a priest. Hello, friend.
Just in time. The ceremony has just begun.
Yeah, I'm sure I might enjoy going around a little bit after I'm done with the story, but I also, again, strongly feel I do not need Zenless to be an exploration game, but the way this area is designed seems to be similar to other areas in Zenless. It doesn't seem like that much exploration. I don't know. I didn't need another exploration game, so I can't say I really like it that much. But as long as every patch doesn't like have a component of like area like this, you know, I'm fine. By the way, some of those enemies like telegraphs for the attacks. The enemy's telegraphs for its attacks when it actually hits you is a little bit janky. But, I've noticed in Deadly Assault. It's mostly like not that sword swinging effect. That one's just fine. But specifically, what? How did I not get a second parry? All right. What? How the? Okay, I dislike that didn't stun.
Swift yet still, clear yet murky. Obliterate swarming spirit.
I'm not saying what attacks are coming. I'm talking like when the actual attack lands on you relative to like where the enemy is swinging, relative to. God damn it! I'm just doing something good. Let's do this. I could go into Deadly Assault and show what I'm talking about, but there we go. Do this. Wait, was it not? Oh no, what am I doing? It was not something. I should have just ulted. That was dumb. But anyways, I overall like this boss, I would say, but oh, you went into freaking miasma? Oh my god. Okay. Wait, you healed? Oh, frick you. Story baloney. What was I saying? It has an initial attack where it like charges up its thing and then like swipes down at you, and that swipe down at you has a visual hit that does not match when it actually hits you, and like I have found that I had to get used to dodging way earlier than I think it makes sense I should have to dodge for, which is pretty rare in Zenless is my point. Usually they do a lot better job where I don't have to feel like I dodge before the enemy is doing something. That seems like it's gonna hit. It seems like I have to dodge right as I'm going to get hit. But we're talking about the bird.
Her big sister isn't selfless nor great. If I don't put an end to this disaster tonight, my Yishan will be shattered along with Eridu.
Yishan.
What I'm doing isn't to save the world. It's just to save her. My Yishen. Live on. This is our promise.
I like the sister more. Wow, Beyblades.
Sis, I never thought I'd understand you like this and walk the same path. I'm the 13th generation High Preceptor of Yunquei Summit, Yixuan. I shall wipe out all evil.
Another very anime pose. Oh, suddenly gameplay. Can I E? Oh, I had my fingers on the wrong button. I wonder what the problem was. I shouldn't have done that. Whoops. Being dumb. Being dumb is fun. Yeah, not my aura moment.
Evil shall be purged. Break.
But the clone theory? I don't know. I think nothing of it other than until we see it. Question would be why did Yixuan get cloned? Or why did Yixuan's sister get cloned? Or whoever is related to them. So I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something to it, but I don't know. No meaningful thoughts on it. The Zenless usually feels like it values my time. It understands I don't have all day to play this, so a new open world exploration feels like they're spitting in my face and say play your game even longer. Yeah, I can't say I like it. But, again, if it doesn't happen very often, it's not that big a deal. You could argue it's not fundamentally different from that event they ran with the Miyabi patch. With, I forgot what it was called. But, the one, like, grayscale area. Which I enjoyed that one. I don't know. But it wasn't integrated into the main story in the same way, right?
We just met those people who made it out of the hollow. They said they
saw this feels like mostly this is like the most Genshin story Zenless' story has felt. Or like a little bit overly long of a slog.
Everyone finally believes us.
At some parts. Like enjoyable at other parts, but then a little bit of a slog at some parts, right? So yeah, I don't want Zenless to become more of an exploration game. And I don't really like that I have to feel like I need to go do a bunch of exploration that is not like I have games I can play for exploration, right? I don't want Zenless to become like other gacha games. It's annoying.
I want to join Yunquei Summit. Do you need someone to sweep the floors? I'm great at cleaning.
Fufu, let me teach you a technique to handle situations like this.
A technique?
Observe.
But again, if it's like they do this every, what's my tolerance level? Definitely not every patch. Could I tolerate this every other patch? No, I think I'd want to see this level of like, hey, here's an area to explore every 3 patches maybe. Not like to see, be fine with. Again, I would be completely fine with not having it almost at all. Other than like separated events. Like the Miyabi patch was. That I'm fine with. I like it being disconnected more, honestly, but I don't know. It's fine. For it being a selling point of 2.0, I don't like it or hate it. It just is too much time, I think. No need to do it if you don't want to. There was a temporary event that required doing the main story to unlock So I don't know if that really applies in the context of this being a gacha game, and if you want to accrue resources, like,
Not yet. We can't let our guard down. The Exaltus, we've resolved the immediate crisis. We still need to tie up any...
it's the same as the port. What the port?
Shifu is right. We still have many questions left. We don't know anything about the underground research facility. Feels like this is just the beginning.
I wouldn't say it's fundamentally different in any crazy way. It's like, it's simultaneously not as different as I expected it is, and it feels like more of a slog than some previous story has been in Zenless, but it's not that problematic.
Don't you worry. We won't.
It's fine.
I don't care if
That's my overall vibe. It's just fine.
anyone else if they show up.
So, yeah.
Put him on. Let's see.
And if they like try to reuse like the, what is the name of the hollow? It's the Lemnian hollow. If they try to reuse the Lemnian hollow to do future things in the next patch, that's cool, right? I'd be down with that, because like some the aesthetics of like the area is pretty and all that. I don't know. It's just been for them to be like, this is where we're trying to do something completely different, and be like, there's no loading screens. You just walk in the area for 5 years. And that's amazing. This being like one of the selling points of 2.0 has been like, right. Something is time wasting for many rewards as the temple. Yeah, the temple I don't have to do. The temple I don't have to do. And that's a good thing. Lemnian Hall is TV mode without TVs, yeah. That's kind of the vibe.
To prevent similar incidents from happening again, we'll need to invest more capital. And now, I'm finally in a position to
Wait a second.
Oh, you're over. It was my pleasure working with you,
Okay.
Mr.
I hope we don't. As for improving your employees' working conditions, I expect you, since Yunquei Summit has returned and resolved this crisis for you, we won't be turning a blind eye to...
Rest assured, you and everyone from Yunquei Summit. I have other matters to attend to.
Bye.
This guy.
Let him. Oh, you may hand over what we recovered from the Exalta space to the mayor. It'll suffice. If we can find out the purpose of the device, we might finally get...
Got it, Shifu. Awesome. But we still don't know where Belle's teacher is.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I forgot that was part of our reason for coming here in the first place.
Bell and I believe that as long as we keep at it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, the spook shack will help us.
Anyway, taking down the Exaltists was a big win. We'll keep looking for clues about the photo later.
Alrighty. We still have more? Oh gosh. Is this just like ending the thing?
Bell, I had
Fairy exists. Wow.
Things light while talking to the others earlier, but
Okay.
that photo, it's just like an illusion in the miasma. What if none of it was real?
Has been all day in the
What if
VC
teacher
and the
was
Discord.
never in Wi-Fi Peninsula to begin with, and the whole thing was just a deception by the Exaltists?
Who is this? Why do they have no name? Can I click on them without... Whatever, I'll look at it later. I'll try to find them. That usually is a sign of someone probably that needs to be disposed of. Or it's just someone that genuinely just wants to sit there and let people hop in, or they forgot. I don't know. I don't know. Has anyone, if anyone's interacted with them, let me know. I know there was someone that was in VC in the past all day, is what I'm referencing off of, who is basically trying to scam people, as far as I can tell. And I schmited them.
And hosted a ritual. But why?
Why indeed? We didn't really learn anything about them at all.
We still have to investigate the Exaltists as long as we keep digging.
Yeah, you're right.
Like,
I guess I let my
what
nerves
happened
get
here?
the better of
We,
me. We'll figure this out.
the company was mining porcelain, and there's the doctor that was giving out shit to make it so the workers didn't get corrupted, but then they got uber corrupted because the doctor was part of the Exaltists. and the Exaltists wanted to corrupt people because reasons. That was the story experience here. And then Yixuan was like, ah, my sister. Hey, she did remember me at the end. That's good. It was good and adorable and had good moments, right? But like, that was it, right?
As long as we stick together.
Have I missed any important plot details here? Yeah, and like miasma is yeah.
Lady Sarah, we've been attacked. The ritual was interrupted.
Oh no.
We've also heard.
Like yeah, this lady was like implied to be part of this from the beginning, right, in the trailers and whatever, and then she just is only like a minorly a point in these little comic strip things. I like the comic strip things, but there wasn't even much of this.
How many times have I told you what you see with your own eyes isn't necessarily the truth? All you need, my lord, is everything on.
Okay.
That memory, I already have it.
Ah. Ooh. Uh-oh.
The plan can proceed.
Oh boy. Miasma equals not good. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, hey, look. Hello. Is this dude part of the Spook Shack, by the way? Question marks. I wonder who she is. Oh, the raccoon. It is a tanuki, whatever, not raccoon. He is? Okay, that's what I thought. Just want to make sure. The Spook Shack. Wow. Okay. Yeah, there were a lot of parts of this for not a lot of story being told. Okay. Continue temple management. Alright. Yeah. I don't know, yeah. Like if the story was like something more meaningful for the time involved, would it have been better? Probably. Like would I have liked the exploration integration more? Probably. Again, I think that was part of the problem with like the TV experience. Is like the like story that they were telling during the TV mode wasn't that compelling, and then the gameplay was like really superficial brain dead puzzles rather than something that was actually meaningfully interactive that engaged you during it. Was in my opinion the problem with it. But there were like some TV mode separate missions outside of the main story that were like, oh, they made really good use of the TV mode as like a baseline formula for like interfacing with puzzles and like having variance for the quests rather than just being let's go fight some monsters and have some dialogue with an NPC, right? It was like more variety in like a pretty good way. This was just and but part of it is that like the story itself was just right? So I have more. I think this is just probably go and collect chests, run around in the area, collect chests. This, okay, defeat a crab. That should be relatively easy. That I don't know if I'll do. I might have to forgo those. I don't know. I think most of these are pretty easy to get though, and I've already gotten a good chunk of them, right? Oh, these are. Oh, okay. Reach temple level 10. Oh, I'm probably gonna have to forgo those. Okay, so there's a few minor rewards I'm probably gonna have to forgo because I think I'm gonna probably mostly ignore the temple things, but I'll try to do some little exploration there to finish off stuff. But I don't know. I've done everything else in the patch. There's a lot of stuff in this patch, and it was not something I wanted to spend all of my time doing. I like Zenless, but I just didn't want to do all the things they wanted me to do. So this is probably the most like annoyingly gacha Zenless has been, honestly, the 2.0 patch. Where it's like, we want you to do all these things at this time. And like, yeah. So, I don't know. Character releases, like I like Jafu this patch. I think 2.0 was overall good patch, but I don't know. It's still my overall vibe is the same as like kind of initial, where I'm like I'm slightly concerned they're losing some of Zenless's identity and making it worse in a number of ways. But we'll see how things go in the future. I'm still relatively confident. The main thing that has kept my engagement long term, which is the combat, is going to continue to be pretty good. So everything was active the entire the patch. You could have done it any time. Yeah, no, I didn't do it all the last couple of days. I'd spread it out over the last like 2-3 weeks. I did spread it out. It's just like a bit much. Is all for a bit much for the time involved for what I actually did. In particular in the story. But I don't know. Yeah, this area is pretty. I plan on doing the temple management things, to be clear. Mostly because I actually do want to make this area look nicer. Oh, Yuzaha EP? Yeah, sure. Although, let me go. Oh, what is this? You know what? No, freaking ignore it. What is? Oh, okay, that's the dailies. Wait, no, what is this? No, this is not dailies. This is, what is this? Oh, this is like really early game stuff. Okay. I see. Alright. Whatever. Cool. Yeah, I so badly want them to give me a toggle. I just want tab instead of bringing up a useless radial menu, because why in hell's name do I need a radial menu on mouse and keyboard set to this? Give me the ability to press tab, and then that collapses both the, you know, all these buttons, whatever up there, the permanent gacha menu icons. Give me that back, and then also make it collapse the mini map at the same time. I just so badly want it to not be permanently there. And it's for everything else that they're changing for like the storytelling structure or whatever moving on. Time will tell. I think it was particularly this time. Wasn't terrible. It wasn't particularly engaging. So, yeah, not the end of the world. Yuzaha EP to end the patch, or end the stream, sure. Let's go. I better not get a freaking copyright claim, by the way, for playing a song that they made. There it is. Crap. I think it's Vocaloid. I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not it'll copyright claim me. I guess I'll do it like that. Yeah, that's good enough. What? Okay, I heard the Astra song at the start, and it was like, what? Did I click on Astra for some reason? No, okay. I see. Yep. Oh yeah, Wonderland Trickery. Yeah, this is very VTuber. VTuber song indeed. Not my style of music, but yeah, the visuals are good so far. Oh, yeah, sure, we can turn on captions. Okay. Nice.
まあ私はニンニクの女王なんだけどね。パイロにキスしたら王子様に？いいけどそれ毒ガールだよ。隠してたマイバイエナドリの味に込めた気持ち嘘はいのあせていたずら本当にファミザグレアのアフォロウィンダースター
Okay. Trigger have a water gun? That's a Nintendo Switch. Oh, not over. Nice. Not going into my music library because it's not my song, not my kind of song to vibe to or anything. But visually, it's very enjoyable. It was definitely a good watch. I really, I don't know, the EPs that they make is just like, okay, it's one of the really cool things to look forward to, and like one of the things that's like the benefit of them like releasing so many 5-star characters is like, you get a cool song and characterization for the characters. Downside is that sometimes they're good enough that it makes you pull the character. Me, quite frankly, I think if Caesar's EP is the only reason I pulled Caesar. They've done better and worse. Yeah, that was one of their better ones visually, and I like the tie-ins to the other EPs that they did and whatever. I do think, by the way, I think it's likely that I will enjoy the story next patch more, because I'm assuming it's going to be smaller stakes. It's not going to be part of like whatever long-term, as much part of whatever long-term story they have planned for Zenless. It's going to be more specifically centralized around something very specific to the Spook Shack, but probably tied in to the main story in some way still, I'm sure. So I'm willing to bet I will enjoy it more, but we'll see what it is like. So yeah. Bernie's at EP you pull for her, yep. So anyways, yeah, there's a number of like songs for the Zenless characters that are just in my music library that I listen to relatively often. Polling plans, I plan to pull for Yuzuha. Yanagi, so I played a little bit of Yanagi in one of the events or something. Maybe it was Hollow Zero. I think it might have been Hollow Zero when she was one of the trial characters. Speaking of, I need to do Hollow Zero, but I don't think I want to do that right now. I had enough Zenless for the day. I suppose I can do it. I can do it tomorrow or when we get Yuzuha. I think that'll be more fun actually. But I haven't completed difficulty 15 yet. I was trying to do difficulty 15 with. Okay, yeah, I think it might have been last week when I played Yanagi Miyabi something. So I don't know. Maybe I'll try with Yanagi being our trial here. Maybe I'll try Yanagi Miyabi Yuzuha. Yanagi is tempting for me to pull specifically for just having more interesting variations of Miyabi teams that I can play. Because Yanagi is the main compelling unit that enables Miyabi's passive so that you don't have to play her with a support. You still oftentimes want to, but something like, you know, Yanagi Miyabi trigger, right, is I think kind of interesting. So all gear characters only in trial? Oh, I forgot, yeah. I forgot. My bad. Hopefully they're still there after Yuzuha release, because I would like to try Yanagi with Yuzuha in some different contexts. I probably am not going to pull for her, though. I don't know. Something about her combat just feels a little, like, slow to me. Like I don't know. I like characters that are more reactive, I guess. And that might seem weird because I do like Miyabi. And, well, no, Miyabi is pretty reactive, I think. I think Miyabi has helped really significantly in part because of the fact that her main non-reactive part, her big, long charge attack animation. Oh, hi. Why are you here? She's following us. Creeper. Anywho's. The main long charge attack animation on Miyabi is like something you do off-field, right? So it feels like you're constantly doing something. Whereas the others, I don't know, right? Anyways, polls on stream tomorrow. When is it? Maybe, I don't know. It depends when it goes live. And if I'm streaming when it goes live, we'll see. I need to work on trying to finish this tonight, I guess. Well, I say tonight, but it is 12:30 a.m. Wait, does this go just until the patch ends? When is the patch live? I have no idea when this patch is actually live. Sorry. Because if this event ends when the patch is done, that means the patch... Yeah, I think the patch goes on maintenance at like 4 p.m. What is that? No, that's 5 p.m. tomorrow. I'm probably not going to be streaming when it goes live. And I also have a guarantee. Like, my polls aren't going to be interesting. Sorry. Like, I'm going to get Yuzuha. And then if I have some additional wishes, I will throw them. And I should have some, because I have a guarantee. I will throw them on the engine banner, probably, because I do want her engine, even if it's not the most relevant thing. So, yeah, it's tomorrow night for me, but I probably won't be streaming then. I don't know. Maybe I'll record it, and if they're interesting, it'll be a short or a unlisted video that I just throw up on the Discord or something. Because I don't know, it won't be that interesting. But anyways, so yeah, polling plans is just Yuzuha, and I think we didn't wait. I actually didn't check anything with information for Zenless upcoming patch leaks. Do we have real information about the characters next patch yet? Nope, I don't think we do. I know I saw the stuff about Seed, and then Orpheus' model's already in game. So like the expectation seems to be it might be Orpheus, Seed, and Kamano, Monato, whatever his name is, Muscle Boy. But he might be an A rank, or maybe he is the first SSR. I don't know. We'll see. We will see, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know. That's where I'm at, I think. So Pol Yuzuha remains to be seen. Yanagi's a temptation, but as far as like reruns, I honestly think the only one I strongly want to get on a rerun is Vivian. Right now, that's my vibe. Other than that, it's just new units that interest me, and I hope Orpheus is a rupture unit, and I hope Orpheus is a rupture unit and an element I don't have covered archetype wise, which would be Ether, and that seems unlikely. I don't think Orpheus is going to be an Ether rupture because they kind of already released an Ether rupture unit. So I don't know. Orpheus is probably not rupture. I guess if Orpheus isn't an Ether attacker, I'd be fine with that. So who knows what she is though? She could be a fire DPS, and that's fine too, I suppose. Fire rupture would be fine, yeah. So I don't know. I do have a little bit of a problem right now on my account where I don't have either DPSing options, either in anomaly or crit DPSing. So, yarp. That's fine. Yeah, like I said, plan to pull Vivian on a rerun probably, but we'll see. Let's see. I could mess around with. What can I mess around with? Or there's not a 4-star Ether. Ether is like the most neglected element in the game, so like I have the 2 Ethers that are relevant for me. I just don't have the DPS. Oh well. Anyways, just play crit Nicole. That's my solution. No, I mean I already kind of do, but anyways. Yep, that's it. Thanks for watching. It was fun. Nice chill stream. Other than the crashing problems. I think Abyss reset? No. Abyss does not reset tomorrow. Or today. It's weird. Like, I'm ending my stream at 12:30 a.m., which is not normal. But, oh well. I think, man, how am I gonna fix my freaking... the 2 days of insomnia wrecks me over so much. Do I try to go to sleep now? Like, I don't feel tired right now. But I might be able to conk out. Maybe I'll be able to conk out. I don't know. And wake up at a normal time and reset my schedule. Abyss is tomorrow for you? Yeah, not for me. So, Abyss will be Thursday stream, I believe. So, tomorrow... Maybe I just won't stream tomorrow, and maybe I'll try to get the Emily video and the account fixing video edited. I really need to just sit my ass down on my computer for a full day and do work. I don't know, it's just... I've been struggling a little bit lately to motivate myself to make videos. Have ideas. Maybe I'll record the Charlotte's meta video, because every time I log into Genshin I just keep on trying to play the Charlotte Skirk team lately. I don't even remember what the new Abyss is. I looked at whatever the new Abyss is a while ago, but I don't remember at all what it is anymore. But if I recall, it was kind of restrictive. But I think the one that's resetting in 5.8 is quite flexible. But the one resetting in 5.8 won't be resetting until like deep into 5.8. So, oh yeah, tomorrow's the 3-way Abyss. Oh boy. Okay, it'll be kind of interesting. Well, hey, that solves what's going to be in the thumbnail. It'll be like... Oh boy, Wayobs is probably going to be in the thumbnail. It'll be my typical Abyss thumbnail, but then with 3 Wayobs plastered over it, and then that text, and then it'll be like, how fun is the new Abyss? We'll see. I don't know. I've had some fun experiences with Wayobs, and I've had some negative experiences with Wayobs. The Wayobs are just so, like, really depends on the team. They feel really bad to fight with some teams, and like take some absurd optimization to figure out. They're not my most hated enemy in Natland by far. I think they are interesting. They just are really annoying in a lot of ways. So, yeah. Anywho's. Oh boy, Wayobs. So yeah, maybe no stream tomorrow. If there is a stream, maybe it'll be, I don't know, maybe I'll do a Twitch stream. Maybe I'll do a Twitch stream for once. I've been intending to... Wait, is Kitasan Black today? Tomorrow? Whatever? When is that? Because I don't even care. Again, I don't care that much about the stupid meta card in Umamusume, but I want to use my pulls regardless, and I want to get more cards, because cards is what lets you do some different options for like different races. It lets you control some things a little bit more, and I just don't have that many card options in Umamusume right now, so I want to spend my carrots on the card banner anyways. And if they're going to release the stupid good card, I may as well try to get it, right? Play Lob Corp if you do Twitch. I have no idea what that is. Is that a game? But anyways, I don't know. I should probably just take a day to try to edit. So, anyways, thanks for watching. Have a wonderful day. Lobotomy Corporation. Oh, yeah, sorry, I did, yeah. I've heard of that. I haven't played it though. Bye. Could play Peak. But anyway, sorry.